Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the May 12th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2, excuse me, Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a short but important agenda today that I'll generally summarize. We'll start with opening comments from commissioners before we continue our discussion and review of the draft social consumption regulations. I will also share with my colleagues that I will plan to take a lunch break at 12:30 for about a half hour. And hopefully we can get through the rest of the initial read of our social consumption regs today and hope to adjourn at or around 4 o'clock. I would ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. Or Commissioner Concepcion, feel free to speak out or yell my name if you need to get my attention. Again, ask that we'll start with commissioner comments and updates. I'll turn things over to my colleagues for any comments or updates they want to provide. We'll go in alphabetical order. I will give my comments last, and we'll start with Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning. Thank you. Excited to be here. And like always, thank you to our team that works diligent behind the scenes to get us here, and looking forward to getting through this first final read, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Concepcion.
Good morning. Good morning. I'll be short and sweet. I think we all received some news about our fellow Commissioner Camargo leaving us, but I know that we'll have some time to do a more formal goodbye. I want to commend Commissioner Camargo, you and Acting Chair Stebbins for the work that we're seeing and going through today. Social consumption has been something that I think a lot of people have anticipated. So I look forward to a really thorough and comprehensive conversation. And my hat's off to the team for everything that they've been doing behind the scenes as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I want to thank the team and the staff for getting us where we are here today with the social consumption regs. And I just want to take a quick moment to recognize my colleague, Commissioner Camargo. We did receive the news on Friday and say we're shocked and saddened. And I just want to take a quick moment just to thank you for your service and your tenure here and your constant energy and enthusiasm, and you're already missed. So I know we're going to have a more formal goodbye, but I just would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge you, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I also just always want to extend my thanks to the team for the great work that they do and helping us pull all this work together. Excited to hopefully get through the rest of this initial read. We know we have some work to go back and do, lots of pins, lots of edits that we are kind of making, but this is to get through our first initial read through. I will also offer my sentiments and many thanks to Commissioner Camargo. Know that she has been an incredible partner on not only the work around social consumption, but so many other topics. And I know she's not leaving us until the 23rd, so we have plenty of time to vet her and thank her for her good work. But certainly we'll miss her energy and passion for the work, and just what a great colleague she has been over the last 4 years. We started together, and she has just been an incredible partner and colleague at the commission. So thank you, Commissioner. All right. That said, let's jump right into the finishing the review of social consumption regs. I will invite our Deputy GC to kick us off. I believe we are starting at 500.1413F. which is on page 155 of this meeting packet, or if you still have the old hard copy, it's I believe on 2.
That's correct. And what we left off was the discussion around adding hemp beverages into what was allowed for sales of social consumption. I was going to ask the board if they would be comfortable with actually moving this down to the next section, which is social consumption establishment sales. When I initially offered to put it in this section, I wasn't, I think after reconsideration, it might be better for the next section, whereas it's not limitations on sales. So Commissioner Roy, if you feel comfortable with that, if we could resume the discussion under the next section, I think that would be appropriate.
I think it's more appropriate there.
Whereas where we currently are is limitations on sales, it's actually not a limitation.
It's not a limitation, right?
So
Okay.
after reconsideration, I think it's more appropriate down below. So if the board is comfortable with it, happy to move to section 4 and resume the discussion from where we left off.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Morning, Rachel. Good morning.
Hey, Rachel.
We are on the bottom of page 132. And it's under 4, social consumption establishment sales. A, except as otherwise authorized in 935 CMR 500 141 3A, the sale of marijuana and marijuana products for consumption on-site shall take place in compliance with the following. Except as otherwise authorized in 935 CMR 500 141 3A, marijuana and marijuana products may only be used by consumers on the premises who have demonstrated in compliance with 935 CMR 500 140 2B that they are 21 years of age or older. In addition to the requirements of 935 CMR 500 146, a social consumption establishment shall make available to each consumer a consumer information card or provide visible signage whose content shall be provided by the commission that informs consumers about the impairment effects of different forms of consumption of marijuana or marijuana products, including but not limited to the length of time that the marijuana or marijuana products may take in order to take effect, and information to prevent impaired driving. The content of the informational card or visible signage will be based on available and current public health research. The information card will be two-sided and presented in a form and manner determined by the commission. Visible signage shall contain the same information as the consumer information card.
Rachel, let's stop there because there were a lot of edits made under 500 141 or 2. Commissioner Roy, I know this has been a big topic for you, so I just want to take a moment to look at what the requirements are. Go ahead.
So in our MEs, we have educational materials. This is similar to that. And what we find sometimes is make available, they're in the back room or they're not readily available. So I just don't know if this language is strong enough to say that it must be readily available. Like they could be in a box in the back room, which I've encountered numerous times when it's not readily available. So I don't know if we want to tighten it up a little bit there.
What are you envisioning?
At point of sale or
Tabletops?
tabletops, right? Because based on this language, they could be in a back room. Someone would have to proactively.
Yeah, when we went to Cali, to San Francisco and some of the places in Oakland, some of the places did have tabletops, just.
So they did.
Yeah, just signage. I mean, obviously everywhere on the doors before you walk in, but some of them did have like small, like sort of like a menu, but a tabletop. So that's why I'm asking you, what are you envisioning? Because
I think that's better.
this is a time.
Just wanted to ask Commissioner Roy if she had a proposed amendment to this, because if not, I'm happy to work with you offline to mark this up for the next draft.
Readily display. That cover it, readily display.
Mr. Acting Chair, if I may, would that be on the second line?
Yeah,
So instead of make available, it would be readily display.
yeah. What are your thoughts?
I'm okay with that. Scratching make available and put readily display.
Its own public awareness campaign. I mean,
Yes.
Acting Chair, can I ask one question?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. President.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just wanted to inquire as to, in a form or manner determined by the commission, is the intent here for the commission to approve each one of these signs, or no? If these are, I would say that we could potentially take that piece out if we didn't want to have kind of oversight over each individual one.
It's a good question. I agree. It's, this was obviously pre-existing language from the first round of regs. You know, obviously what we're looking for is the accuracy of the information, right? I think information card tends to speak to maybe something that's a little outdated now that, as Commissioner Roy, you talk about all the time, information is available through a QR code, could be available on a, you know, some type of menu display. I'm okay with striking that. I do want to go back up to the language that we were just talking about. I know we take out make available for readily display, teach consumer information card, or provide visible signage. Was wondering what my colleagues would think about provide visible signage at point of sale after that. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Instead of striking that language that EC highlighted, why don't we just say, as opposed to determined by the commission, approved by the commission? The information card will be two-sided and presented in a form and manner approved by the commission. Don't we look at them anyway?
Direct, go ahead. Your thoughts?
Thank you. So right now, consumer or patient education materials are reviewed at the inspections, whether it's post-provisional license, as well as unannounced. So I just want clarity in terms of approved. This is meant to be some type of written approval, or if it's just they were reviewed, it would be noted in a report that they were reviewed and appeared compliant, essentially.
So the educational materials, how can you walk me through that procedure now? Like I read them all, the SOPs, obviously I put a lot of conditions around them.
Yep.
But for the investigators, what do they do?
Yep, so right now, we have document requests for the post-provisional license inspection process. So you request an inspection, it gets assigned to a lead. We send out a standardized list of documents, and it would include for retailers or dispensing MTCs, the patient or consumer education materials. They would be reviewed. If they were deemed non-compliant, get an NOD for that. We don't say approved. We would either issue them an NOD, tell them what's missing, or, you know.
Okay, so do you have language?
We don't say they're approved. We would review them and either let them
Review by the commission as opposed to approve?
I think that would be helpful.
Perfect.
We're changing out determined for approved,
So reviewed.
review.
Mr. Acting Chair, can you restate that sentence, please?
The line, I believe, the information card will be two-sided and presented in a form and manner reviewed by the commission. and director, just so I'm clear. So it just gives, it does leave some creativity up to the local licensee as to what information they want to present, how they want to present it, as opposed to us determining how they should present it. We just want to review the information.
Second chair. If the board is comfortable with that provision, can we go back up to the original sentence that was amended to finish that thought? The provided visible signage language there, I think you were entertaining the amendment there.
Yeah, provide visible signage at point of sale.
And tabletop? You should mention tabletop. I mean, just idea.
Help me understand. Tabletop is like we go into a restaurant, there's a QR code, there's some information on
Exactly.
the tables that are available.
Yeah, I mean, I think, kind of playing off of what Commissioner Roy was just asking and sort of visualizing and thinking, having the option, right, for some of these places to have QR code information, right? Scan for more information on whatever the language becomes, right? Public health, blah, blah, blah. But I've seen them before. But again, it's just another option, another way to educate consumers on consuming safely. But, again, just option, right? You don't want to
Have a point of sale and consumption.
is it a may or a shall?
Shall.
Right now, it's a shall.
Yeah, so I would say point of sale,
And point of consumption.
shall, and then consumption could be a may, so
Area.
yeah, consumption area.
Point of sale and consumption area.
Well, we've also heard about, there's just to fold into this conversation, right? We've heard that there's also a hospitality piece of this.
That's right.
You want people to come in, if they're ordering food as well, if they're also ordering a cannabis product, it's like treat them like they're going into an establishment where there's a menu, right? So there's something that they get that they look at
Mhm,
a consumption table that gives them a whole litany of what they can order,
mhm.
food to cannabis to whatever. So I want to leave space for that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
To
Yeah, too prescriptive.
Specific?
Yeah, I agree. I think the balance, but I understand what you're saying.
If I may,
Go ahead, Chief.
by them, maybe it would be helpful to give them the option, saying provide visible signage at the point of sale or consumption area. Because this goes to some of the discussion that has been, that we've had related to QR codes, so that if we get to that point, that's something that's already an option available for social consumption as well. We wouldn't have to come back and amend the regs for social consumption related to QR codes, and then it'll be consistent with all the other license types.
So what would you recommend, Chief? What do you want to add?
Right, so the way we have it here, it would say, a social consumption establishment shall, readily available to each consumer.
Readily display.
Or readily display, yeah. Visible signage at the point of sale or consumption area. I think,
That works.
yeah, or consumption area, instead of saying and.
Gives them a choice.
Yes, it gives them a choice.
Okay. I'm okay with that, commissioners. Okay. I mean, this is an important section, I feel, because obviously we're hopefully anticipating that we're drawing new consumers into the marketplace. So making them as fully aware of what they're consuming, all the information related to that product, Commissioner Roy, I know you've expressed your frustration of information being readily available if the consumer asks for it. It's trying to be a little more front and center to that, but giving some flexibility is, to the hospitality component of this and where it should be available. Okay. Yes, Director, go ahead.
And just a question on the end of this paragraph, it says the content will be based on available and current public health research. Is that going to be research, like the commission includes on its public facing resources on the website, just in terms of compliance, seeing if there's gonna be specific parameters around that? Or if it will be up to the licensee to determine what current public health research will be.
My thought has been, I want to put a lot of the onus on the licensee in terms of the products that they're carrying. So to move it off of us and kind of put them on the, I don't want to say on the hook, but they know what they're selling. They know the product information. They may even have some general idea or tested idea of, consumption to onset. So trying to move that information to them and not to us, because my first reaction was, we don't have the bandwidth to go around and test every product and, make assumptions and thoughts and details about every product available. So you're looking for some language that specifies who's responsible for putting that information on.
Foresee licensees asking for further guidance from my staff, their leads in terms of where am I supposed to get this? Oftentimes when the response is similar to, up to you, it can sometimes provide a lack of clarity from a customer service standpoint for the licensee, but then also can be difficult for my staff to, if they're looking at the document, it's just kind of, where did you get this information?
Yeah.
There's nothing to really hang your hat on.
Yeah. Commissioners, if I may, I don't know if Jessica's online with us, but I'm curious we've combed through regs throughout the country. So I'm curious, and if any of the regs, I can't think right now, if any of the regs throughout the country have some of this outline already for some of the licensees. And it may not be an answer that we get today, but I'm just thinking about it because some of them are a little prescriptive around this section.
Thank Jessica, I don't see her online.
Or maybe Matt can get back to us. I mean, again, it's not a today answer, but if we don't figure it out today, I'll just be curious because, Catherine, you make a good point. Folks are gonna say, well, what do we write? What do we say? Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins, Chief wants to think.
Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, and then also acting chair, the language here has been since changed to say reviewed by the commission. So that no longer puts it on the licenses. It would now require upon review for the staff to make that determination. But I think if the focus was to really focus on the elements of public education or some sort, 140 subsection 6 is very prescriptive, and I think we've already incorporated 140 subsection 6 within this reg. I don't think there will be a need for us to even talk about research because it's already, very prescriptive in 140 subsection 6. It takes care of that because you see when we in 4A subsection 2, in addition to the requirements of 935 CMR 540 subs, in addition to, so all those things that are prescribed, the criteria that you have in 140 subsection 6 takes care of that because our educational materials, they have all that information.
Thank you for putting that in the chat.
Yes.
That lays it out.
Should we strike that sentence? Is that what you're suggesting if we cover?
Yes, it's practical.
I think
Commissioner Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sort of thinking through this conversation. My concern is about us creating a requirement and there are different variations instead of having some sort of standardized information that makes it harder for our team to then review. I can just see this as being a lengthier process than we intend. So I was thinking about, I know we have information already. There's RAC cards that are created by the team here. Can we just provide a requirement that that information be used and displayed so that it's a standard across the board?
We also have this consumer education that Catherine just dropped in here. I mean, everything's in here.
Right, so that way we know that this is the information being utilized. It's not an onerous task being taken by our team that already has a lot of responsibilities under their belt, and the licensees understand what's required and what information should be used.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Yes.
for those requirements, we actually have them spelled out in 140 subsection 6. And that's why I was saying having the additional language about research, it really now, if there's an additional requirement for social consumption license type, which is really in a way unnecessary because we already have it in consumer education. And I think also too, maybe what we could do is to create a model that will be applicable to all license types just based on what's prescribed in 140 subsection 6. And I think that would be helpful so that when the team goes out there to do their inspection, they're ensuring it's just a checklist of making sure that that information is in fact what's in there without having all this additional requirements.
Thank you, Chief. And I heard you, but I didn't put it all together. You're saying exactly the same thing I was thinking already. So yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I like that thought of a model, because I always spend a lot of time in section 140 6, but I think we have to go a little further here, talking about the onset of action. So if you have a nano emulsion or a gummy, or where it stops a little bit short in consumer education. So maybe if we had a model that included, because in this language, we talk about, let's see, social consumption, about the impairment effects of different forms of consumption, but not limited to the length of time that the marijuana or marijuana product may take in order to take effect. So I feel like our consumer education just fall a little short of that. So if we had a model that included that, that would be great.
Yes, so the model would include that.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why it would be good for us to create one.
I think so.
As part of, whatever, for implementation for the working group that's going to be working on implementation to create a model. And I think that will also be helpful for compliance and enforcement because we don't want it to be so open-ended and broad. And then because if we're going to then require the team to review, now that there's been an amendment that says that they need to review, they need to know exactly what they're reviewing, what they're looking for. Yes.
And that's a really good point, because what we may think is a credible source, somebody else might not think is a credible source.
Yeah.
And, then we're playing detective, looking up these sources and citations where we had a model. I think the model let's create a model and everybody has to use it, because then you have to, like, instead of may, shall, and then standardized, consistent. It makes it, once it's up and done, it's easier on our team, our staff, because they have the model. So it'll have everything we feel is appropriate in it.
Yeah, and it makes it easier for the licenses as well, right?
I agree,
So
because
what
they just print it out,
Yeah.
put it
it's
up,
there, yeah.
and it's there.
So based on that, do we want to strike, you're suggesting still we strike that section? That sentence? of
Yes, please.
Content?
Yes, please.
Director Giancola, I saw you turn your camera on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, commissioners. One thing that I'll throw in the chat so that the commissioners can see, the state of Vermont does require a specific flyer to be shared with every consumer when they enter a licensed facility. So that might be something that will be of interest to take a look at. We're also taking a look at what other jurisdictions require in the meantime as well.
All right.
So
Go ahead. Commissioner.
we create language in here saying licensees shall use whatever we want to call it.
If you go back to the original the lead into this, social consumption establishment shall readily display at point of sale, or I'm sorry, readily display to each consumer information card or provide visible signage at point of sale or consumption area whose content shall be provided by the commission that informs consumers about the impairment effects of different forms of consumption of marijuana products, including but not limited to the length of time that their marijuana or marijuana products may take in order to take effect, and information to prevent impaired driving. So what do you suggest we add?
Just take a lot of this language and just put, you know, in addition to the requirements of 935, 500, 146, social consumption establishments shall make readily available to each consumer a commission model consumer education card at point of sale for consumption area. It's going to have everything we wanted it. We don't need all of that language.
Okay. Could you read that again?
It's okay with that.
Yeah, but go ahead, Director.
Thank you. And I would just suggest if we're going to do this for social consumption, if we can go back to 146 and 501, 146 and just make it standardized for all licensees across the board. So there's no guessing game. It's whether you walk into a retailer or dispensing MTC, they have the same standardized signage. Also recommend it's required on websites.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
So this will be a deliverable that we were gonna have to do. I am volunteering myself. If you could have a commissioner on that group who grades that, ED or chair. So I'm agreement. I think this would create consistency, uniformity, and make, I mean, then it's all set. Everyone has the same thing, so.
It also doesn't matter where you shop. It's standardized, the commission right out. This is the information you need. So,
Second Chair.
Go ahead, Deputy Chief.
All right, so I will make a note to come back and pin this section so that we can further review 146 and this section and make it consistent throughout. And also to your point, DOI, let's go back and reconsider 146 in order to, again, make it consistent. So if everybody's comfortable with it, I'll work with Commissioner Roy and Catherine in order to
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Did you have something, or were you just pointing Commissioner Concepcion wanted to speak at this point? Sorry. Go
Traffic
ahead.
control.
Yeah. Go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
just want to thank Commissioner Concepcion. I just want to thank you for kind of getting this forward, like this thought about having consistency. So love it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to. Rachel, you want to pick up the next?
Yep. We are on page 133 now. And under B, a social consumption establishment may not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol or tobacco on the premises. Social consumption establishments shall not allow consumption by consumers in a space that is shared with another entity serving alcohol unless there is a physical barrier to the consumption areas or alcohol sales are not offered at the same time as consumption of marijuana or marijuana products by consumers.
Obviously, there's some old language here as well as some new language. Deputy GC, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of, back up a little bit here and discuss this as a policy consideration because it's something that we're going to need to work through on the staff side in order to implement properly upon the redraft. So the thing that is confusing here for staff and for folks that are reading the language is whether you can have an event take place or in a fixed location where alcohol is being served at the same time. So there's an argument to be made that we have jurisdiction over our own premises or consumption areas, whereas we don't necessarily in an event space or in a location that is outside of our control. So again, there's been some back and forth with this provision here on the extent of our authority and also what the commissioners want to see. So I think this language is pretty clear that within our consumption areas, you cannot have alcohol or tobacco sales. However, if I give you a hypothetical, and not to get too far down the rabbit hole, but if if there's something going on that night, can the adjacent business serve alcohol or not if it's in the same, enclosed area or something like that? We've used examples before, which might help to paint this as it might help to frame the situation that I'm discussing here. So for instance, if we take like a Fenway Park, we've used this example a few times where the Sam Adams Pavilion is a cannabis social consumption establishment. Can the rest of Fenway Park serve alcohol, even though it's outside of our consumption areas and technically our premises here? So this is something the board needs to consider. And so that's why I wanted to back up away from the language, just have you guys discuss it so we can get some clarity on redrafting this.
Director, go ahead.
No, thank you. I just want to ask a clarifying question. So in this hypothetical, so an alcohol establishment could, because it's a physical barrier or there's not having the sale. So there could be a situation where there is no physical barrier. There is literally alcohol 5-10 feet away, but we're just relying upon the alcohol establishment not conducting the sale at the same time the consumption is. I'm just trying to get on just a little more kind of context about the intent. I understand the physical barrier. To me, that's a very clear distinction. There's no crossover physical partition. But without that physical barrier, it still sounds like we could have a situation where people are consuming 5 feet away, where we do have alcohol stored in some other area. Is there any concern without that physical partition and barrier there that there's going to be an overlap there? I'm just curious to know the intent of the or, physical barrier or limiting the sales.
How it's written now, you're asking.
Correct.
Yes.
I think if I may, I think
Go ahead.
we've, I think throughout the last few months and having conversations and looking at these scenarios and talking to folks in the sort of like hospitality event industry, it will be I guess it would be hard, it all depends what we do, but to separate one of these locations and saying, you cannot have alcohol. Right? Like a Fenway Park, like a movie theater, like an event that may have both a cannabis vendor and a, beer garden at the time. Completely different spaces, obviously. But I think, at least for me, I've evolved throughout this process in terms of having both having both alcohol and cannabis consuming, because the reality is that some of these events may have both. And we can't control the alcohol, we can only control the cannabis. So how it's written is one thing. I'm just kind of giving you my perspective and how I've evolved throughout this process.
Commissioner Concepcion and then ED and then Commissioner Ward.
I think, Armin, thank you for asking that question. That's exactly the question I had also. But Commissioner Camargo and Acting Chair Stebbins, can you expand a little bit more on the original thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo, you want to give it a shot? I'll offer my thoughts too.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the original thinking was not having both of them in the same location. That was the original thinking. Fair to say.
I guess my question is why?
The why, I would say for us was, and again, I think we've evolved, but it was about public safety and making sure that we could, I would say, control the consumption of cannabis and alcohol, and basically not having both of them in the same place. Speaking to public safety officials throughout the process, throughout the time, I think one of the things that everybody has been very concerned about is mixing both. And obviously, folks do it, it's happening. But we were, I think, trying to protect as much as we can, and not having both in the same places. But I think the last few months in going through this process and speaking to folks and understanding the realities of events and spaces and locations and places where these things are going to happen, I feel more comfortable with it. But I guess that's the why. I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins, you want to elaborate a little bit on it, but.
Yeah, just real quickly. I mean, as we've talked about this section, for me, I kind of visualize it in three spaces. First of all, right off the bat, there's a rule, you're allowing consumption. There is no alcohol sales going on in that premises, that regulated premises. There's no tobacco product sales going on in that premises. I think the next level of this is I have a banquet facility, I want to host events, or I have a hospitality licensee partner, but maybe I'm not doing cannabis consumption 7 days a week, but I already offer alcohol sales. So it's taking that space, making sure the alcohol is stored, locked up, not allowed for sale, not allowed for consumption, but allowing that space to be used for a cannabis consumption event. And then thirdly, you know, the scenarios have come up of, and I think the Deputy GC kind of began to touch on this, which is our authority only extends so far. Our authority only extends to this social consumption space. So we look at examples of, I want to allow social consumption at a concert venue. I want to allow social consumption at Philip's favorite Lowell Fair, or, you know, the scenario of you know, Fenway Park, where there is alcohol consumption going on around us. I mean, for me, we got to focus on the space that we have regulatory authority over. It would be no different than I open up a consumption space and it just happens right next door. There is a restaurant that sells beer and alcohol. So how do we regulate our space, allow flexibility for our space? Again, that puts an onus on whoever operates that space. If they have alcohol, to lock it up, to put it away. It's not made available when a cannabis event or cannabis hospitality is ongoing or taking place. So, but to the DGC's point, this is kind of where we need to weigh in on this policy question. So, Commissioner, that, and I know we got to then jump to ED and Commissioner Roy, but Commissioner Concepcion, hopefully that gives you a sense of what the working group's thinking was on this.
That's helpful. I'm processing this, so I just needed one more question, and I will pause. But this is for Attorney Baker. In your hypothetical, you were speaking in terms of a facility that's not able to lock away their alcohol.
So yeah, I think to simplify the question, it's can alcohol be sold outside of our consumption areas at the same time that an event or something is going on with cannabis? Or does Fenway Park as a whole have to stop sales of alcohol and only can sell cannabis at that time that cannabis is being sold in our establishment?
So the idea is if a licensee has both a liquor license and has the ability to has a social consumption event type license, can they use both of them simultaneously? Is that the question?
That's my example.
Go ahead.
Sure, sorry. Yes, and in this instance, because we have a few different licenses offered right here, I'd like to get more specific with where we are for the hypothetical here. So let's say that we are a supplement or not supplemental, we want to be hospitality on-site consumption. So, and again, I'm using Fenway Park. Fenway Park likely will not qualify for this license yet, as it is exclusive. So in saying that, let's just, for hypothetical purposes here, say that Fenway Park is an equity licensee for the purposes of this hypothetical only, and just so we can all.
But they could host. I mean, I don't think it's that far a stretch of a scenario that if they wanted to host a social equity applicant to operate a hospitality space. And again, not to be specific to Fenway Park, but a broad venue like that could have a social equity or exclusive partner that could operate that space well.
Exactly. And again, we're using Sam Adams' deck as an example here only because it's visually helpful. I think for a lot of people that have been to Fenway, they know that deck when they look out over right field. So if we imagine that is our cannabis space here with our equity licensee, can the rest of Fenway Park sell alcohol outside of our consumption areas at the same time that we're selling cannabis in that one location up in right field in that corner? That is a policy question for you all to make a determination, because without that, I cannot move forward with working with staff to redraft this provision here.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that breakdown. I'm not quite sure if it's how much of an issue it is. So I'm working that through in my mind, and I'll let the conversation continue, but it sounds like that's not, I mean, I know that there might be a rub there in certain circumstances, but I'm just curious about how broad of an issue that may be. And if somebody has to choose between selling alcohol versus selling cannabis, if they halt the sale of alcohol during the time that cannabis is sold, I guess I'm trying to figure out where how much of an issue this may be.
Let me just kind of keep going.
I'll just do a different example than Fenway, because this is what's in my mind. You mentioned the banquet hall, right? So you have a banquet hall, and some of these are very large facilities. You could also think of a convention center that has an east wing and west wing. So you have a banquet facility that has 2 rooms that are set up for weddings, let's say. You have a canna wedding in one area, and you have an open bar wedding in another area. Those are not 2 groups that are ever going to commingle, because you are not allowed to just go into, despite the Wedding Crasher movie, you are going to one of those 2, you are in those rooms for the evening. That facility itself can serve alcohol because it standardly will serve alcohol, and it's now looking to have a social consumption event in one of its rooms. Does the facility have to say we can't have a wedding or any event that night that serves alcohol because we have a cannabis event in one of our rooms? Or can both events happen because they are segregated into different rooms that can be monitored to ensure that you don't have somebody going back and forth between the bar and the cannabis space? That's the example that I would think of that might come up a little bit more. You could think of the same thing from a conference facility that has, the BCEC, for example, is you are in one of the wings. You don't go back and forth very frequently. If you're going in and seeing all of the alcohol businesses that are there to present, and you go to another wing that has cannabis businesses that may want to have social consumption, you're not going back and forth, and there may have to be some significant security protocols to ensure you're not. But do you have to not serve alcohol at the time that you are allowing social consumption is the DGC's question.
See, Edie, that's how I was thinking of it. And then if that is the case, the way I read these draft regulations, it covers that because we're asking for a physical barrier. So there would in fact be a physical barrier between the rooms.
I would agree. I think that it's the interpretation of the language that the DGC is asking about.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So, DGC, is it on the premises? Is what you're saying we're being possibly overly prescriptive?
I think that ultimately it's up to the board on how you want to tackle this. So it is at your discretion.
Okay, so
You can interpret it as, we have different statutory provisions under 94G that don't allow us to cite establishments unless they meet certain criteria. For instance, they can't be right next to a school. So I think that there is some wiggle room here with our interpretation of where our authority rests. And
right.
So I think that you could potentially say, no, we don't want alcohol at the same time or in the same location.
I don't think it's a binary choice. I have a suggestion.
Okay.
So we're trying to like these 3 separate license types. We're trying to like do a one size fits all. I don't think it is a one size fits all. And what I mean by that is a social consumption establishment may not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol or tobacco on the premises of a supplemental license. So these are that's a brick and mortar. One thought, and a social consumption establishment may not allow the consumption of alcohol or smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol or tobacco in the designated social consumption area of a hospitality or event organizer. So that's breaking hospitality and event organizer in one lane and supplemental in another lane, saying on the premises of a supplemental, you can't do it at all. But on an event or a hospitality, it's in the designated area that you can't do it. As opposed to trying to just one size fits all for all 3. Just a thought.
Commissioner Roy, this is a great example of how you can have different policy provisions for each license and it not be disparate treatment.
Right. So that might work.
Do you want to give us that language again or put it in the chat? Because I think you're on to something.
Okay, I'm gonna just kind of read it. I
Sure,
just
go ahead.
on a fly here. So a social consumption establishment may not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol or tobacco on the premises of a supplemental license. Second sentence, a social consumption establishment may not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol or tobacco at the designated social consumption area of a hospitality or event organizer license. More or less, that's the language.
Director, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chair. Just one small proposed amendment to Commissioner Roy's. A social consumption establishment shall not allow the
Yes.
consumption of alcohol. Should we change that maybe to the shall?
Yep.
I'd also recommend breaking the sentence into 2 different provisions. So you have that first sentence be its own new B and then the second sentence be a new C.
Yep.
Okay.
I can chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner
Okay.
Roy, I'm liking your thinking. Do you mind repeating?
Yeah, not at all. So,
repeating the whole thing?
yeah, and I'll just take a step back first. So we were trying to just do this binary choice. You can do it or you can't. But then DGC has examples, ED had examples of the 2 weddings. So instead of a one size fits all approach, let's just separate them, right? So the first sentence meaning for applies to just our supplemental license type. A social consumption establishment shall not allow the consumption of alcohol or smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol and tobacco on the premises of a supplemental license type or license.
Licensing.
Yep. And then the second new C would be a social consumption establishment shall not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol of tobacco at the designated social consite or in the designated social consumption area for a hospitality and event organizer. So basically in that area. So if it's the banquet hall and it's the Canna wedding, they won't have tobacco or alcohol, but the other side could, the other wedding could have alcohol because we don't really have the jurisdiction to tell the other wedding they can't have alcohol, right?
Does this, would this allow for Phillips always his example, which is the Lowell Folk Fest? So I, as a cannabis vendor, can have obviously my cannabis products, but the 3 tables down, there could be a beer vendor.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And they're not, I guess we're trying to say we're not commingling them.
Correct. But alcohol free to be in a different space, just not in our space.
Yep, that covers that.
I don't.
Enforcement Council, did you have your hand up?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Director, Chief.
Okay, so with these changes, would we still have the language that talks about social consumption establishments shall not allow consumption by consumers in a space that is shared with another entity? Is that still gonna be applicable or they're gonna strike that?
I think that for discussion, we're thinking about striking that leaving B is only related to a supplemental licensee,
Mhm.
creating a new C which uses the same language.
And then striking the last part.
Striking the rest and just saying is that space now applies to an area under a hospitality or marijuana event organizer licensing. Again, kind of keeping it with in our own space, and just for everybody's benefit, let's not scare Fenway or the Lowell Folk Festival into thinking this is happening anytime soon or ever. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. I have some concerns.
Okay.
I'll say
go
I
ahead.
have some concerns. I'm glad that understanding sort of the original intent for this language and understanding the public safety concerns. I like that there was there was language here about the separation, physical separation and a wall. And now we're saying that we will permit consumption, essentially the commingling, because if you're smoking and there's like, let's just say we're outside and there's a rope or something that separates the consumption section from the alcohol section, you're essentially in the same area. I'm having a hard time sort of formulating how this resolves the issue that was being addressed with the original language.
So do you want to include, are you suggesting we include that physical barrier language in the
I
new
did
paragraph?
not.
Or, go ahead.
So after hearing the examples, I'll be honest with you, I didn't see an issue with the language to begin with. I get the revisions are, we're revising something that is addressing a scenario that I still don't quite understand. Our executive director gave an example that I did actually have in mind. Okay, when we're talking about wedding venues, if we're, I got married in a wedding venue where my wedding was in one of the big halls. There was another wedding happening in another one of the halls, but we were separated by doors, right? So the language here has that specificity around having a physical wall separating. And that makes sense to me, the way that it's written, the barrier, exactly, the barrier.
Okay.
I'm still not 100% on board with changing this language that no longer requires that, because I do understand the public safety concerns of this. I know I'm trying to step away from the Fenway example. Maybe I need another example to understand what in fact is the issue with the language as is, but I'm still not there yet.
Commissioner Roy, go.
I mean, technically that rope, that's a physical barrier, right?
So Commissioner Roy, I'll ask you, because I know that you think about public safety.
Yeah.
So do you have any concerns about that? About just sort of the rope being the thing that, you can be outside and this is the,
right.
So I'm losing my words because my mind is going at the same time, but I'm really trying to understand this.
Yeah, I'm trying to thread that needle too between public safety and making something that is feasible, and try to be pro public safety and pro business at the same time. Yeah. And so that fills, what is it? The Lowell Fest? Okay, so we're under 110. There's a canna site. And then the next tent over is a brew fest. So you can't really put up a wall outside like that, but you can have ropes, or you can have, so are we trying to stop the smoke, or are we just trying to stop the commingling in the area we regulate? And I think what we're trying to do is stop that behaviors from commingling in the area we regulate. So if it's sectioned off, I'm okay with that.
That's helpful. That's helpful. And you know what? I'll take a step back, because hearing the way I was envisioning this and then reading the words again, I put in my head wall, and you were absolutely correct. You were saying barrier.
Barrier, which can be a rope.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Yeah, but thank you for bringing that.
Also, if I
Yeah, let me suggest something. Commissioner Concepcion, what if we leave B? I think to Commissioner Roy's point, B would read, a social consumption establishment shall not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of alcohol or tobacco, wow, excuse me, on the premises of a supplemental licensee. A new C reading, a hospitality or a marijuana event organizer, social consumption, or a hospitality or marijuana event organizer licensee shall not allow consumption by consumers in a space that is shared with another entity serving alcohol unless there is a physical barrier to the consumption area or alcohol sales are not offered at the same time as consumption of marijuana or marijuana products by consumers. Commissioner Camargo, go ahead.
And while we're drafting all this, I think what I want to make sure that it reads, that it's easy to understand, and I know we're changing the language, but here we say, social consumption establishments shall not allow consumption by consumers in the space that is shared with another entity serving alcohol unless there is a physical barrier to the consumption areas. So this is a sentence I want to make sure that we understand this part. Or alcohol sales are not offered at the same time as a consumption of marijuana or marijuana products, I think. So it's okay to allow it to happen at the same time. So I just want to make sure that this language here, I mean, this is what we're talking about. Yeah, Mike. Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. So yeah, there's two things going on here, right? So we might want to separate them.
Yes.
Further. So the first one, alcohol going on at the same time. The second one is not that, right? If they're not offered at the same time, then it can be in the whole space. So there's two different things, again, that we're trying to tackle, and so we might want to consider breaking them out.
Exactly.
So I was just clarifying.
Yeah.
So in the rope scenario, right? So we were just talking farmers markets the other day with the ABCC. So we had a farmers market, the ABCC just says rope off the area, somebody can serve alcohol, that's fine. But I think the question as well as what your intention is if you're in a general, space where somebody can serve alcohol within a roped off area and you can go into the cannabis space with a roped off area, you're theoretically going to have somebody who can go into each space, right? So if that's something you're trying to stop, then you have to write it accordingly. And if that's not something that you're concerned about, that somebody can go into the alcohol space, consume, leave the alcohol space, go into the cannabis space, consume, then the idea of the ability to serve alcohol at the same time as serving cannabis is not a concern. But if that is something that from a policy perspective you don't want, then the place that is allowed to have cannabis consumption cannot be serving alcohol. The wedding scenario is different because you're not going to go into both spaces. But in a scenario where you're at a festival and you have two different tents and you as a consumer can walk into either tent, now you're going to be able to consume both. If that's something you're trying to avoid, you have to consider it here. And if that's something that you're not concerned about, then I think we may have found the solution. But in a rope off scenario, the consumer can walk into both roped off.
Absolutely.
Right. So then you don't have to be concerned that the party that is having both vendors there that you have to be concerned about from the regulation side. But if that's what you're trying to avoid, then we have to do it in the regulations here.
Yeah. No, enforcement council, go ahead.
Thanks, Secretary. And I just want to highlight as well that, I mean, regardless of the direction that the board goes in on these specific requirements, there is likely going to be some difficulties with actually enforcing these regulations, just as we're kind of considering this. Again, going back to the conversation that we had with the ABCC as well, a lot of the event enforcement that happens after the fact. So the actual activity that we're trying to prohibit is would not necessarily be prohibited in real time there. They also explained they're not necessarily shutting down events right there as members of the ABCC or in other jurisdictions, excuse me, they've said that they don't shut down events in live time as well. Additionally, too, the evidence that we would need to actually substantiate an allegation that alcohol and cannabis were being served at the same time, were in the same location too. I know we do have some camera requirements that we are including in here, but otherwise, unless our investigators were actually on site, which I know that there were difficulties related to that as well. So just want to kind of highlight that this would likely have to be an after the fact enforcement action regardless. And then even in that scenario, there are potentially going to be some difficulties. So just want to raise that kind of consideration as well while we're thinking about this language.
Chief, go ahead.
And then if I may add, I think what would be helpful, that language about designation is important. So if you could, if the board, either way, whichever direction you're taking, if it's about separation of cannabis from alcohol, let's keep it strictly to, in a designated area. Yes, so we need to do that and not remove the part about designation, so that if we end up having to impose any of these regs, it will be clear that, you happen to not be in a designated area. But if we leave it, if we take our designation, it will be extremely difficult for us to enforce even after the fact.
No.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with keeping, again, this is us operating within our regulatory authority. It's got to be that designated area. So it's setting the rules
Mm-hmm.
for what happens in that designated area. As I said earlier, regardless of what might be going on around it. But I think where I'm starting to fall is, I like Commissioner Roy's point. Let's create a new B, which applies just to the supplemental license type, because I think that's pretty clear and that's easy, right? That's attached to an existing license. I think where we may have to do a little more work is around a social consumption hospitality licensee or an event organizer licensee. Again, prohibiting availability of alcohol or tobacco product sale and consumption, but maintaining a physical barrier, or again, some of this is going to differ between us. Hospitality, which I think to the point you always make, is more attached to a brick and mortar facility, whereas marijuana event organizer could be that kind of
It's open. Yeah.
folk festival, big outdoor event scenario, where again, we're just trying to think about the space that we control.
Like, to make it a little smaller example, think of like Tanglewood, right? You're going to see a concert there, they serve beer and wine.
Right.
People picnic, but the tent over there, that's the social consumption. So you're gonna tell Tanglewood you can't sell beer and wine during the concert, because, so that's what I'm trying to be pro public safety, but pro business at the same time.
Yeah, and again, I agree with you, and it comes back to what can we control in the space that we have regulatory oversight to. But I think the ED raises another question that we've tried to tackle, which is you stop at the wine tent and then you want to pop over to the
I know this is
cannabis
America, though.
consumption tent. And it's like, public safety question, do we want those two to mix?
That's okay. And I think that when we were, sorry to just jump in, but
No, go ahead.
when we were putting this together and thinking about public health, public safety, this being, obviously it's already happening, however, being regulated, we were really thinking about public safety. And obviously, what does this look like? But if the board is okay with that, I'm happy to hear, because I think for me, I've evolved in this process as well. Because there's some folks that consume alcohol and their friends consume cannabis at the same event, at the same place, at the same wedding, at the same, so I'm glad where we're at now, so.
Yeah. I mean, this is this is a policy question that has been hanging out there for a while for all of us, so I appreciate that. Director, go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Just one thing I just want to say in response to the ED's kind of theoretical about going tent to tent, just one thing for consideration. if that is going to be a possibility, would we then be expecting the social consumption licensees to not only be able to identify marijuana overconsumption, but alcohol overconsumption? If someone had gone to the alcohol tent and then they are coming to the social consumption, will we now be requiring them to identify if someone had had too much to drink before coming in there? Just a consideration as we kind of talk forward on this.
Yeah, no, great question. Again, I think a lot of this ties back to the specific RVT training that we're going to have for social consumption establishment licensees. Like, and it's probably no different than somebody I mean, right now we have the ability, our licensees have the ability, right, to estimate or judge for themselves whether I walk in, I've already been consuming way too much. And again, we know there's a fine line between overconsumption of cannabis, overconsumption maybe of alcohol, but we give them the authority to decline sales to somebody who they feel has overconsumed. So I think that's still going to be a critical part of this as we go forward.
Can we 5-minute question?
Sure. Why don't we take a break and come back at 11:25?
Yes. You're right.
Got a job in IT waiting for you. Things don't work out at the INE side. All right. Katie, we're back live. Thank you. This has been good discussion. I think what we want to do is put a pin in this and kind of break this out. I think Commissioner Roy, to your suggestion, by license type and bring some language back. But during the break, I know the Deputy Chief C had a question to bounce off the team at INE in terms of enforcement and consistent language. So go ahead, Deputy Chief C.
Thank you. So I know we had, I hadn't recently marked up the language in front of me, so it might be slightly different, but we do use consumption areas. And then can you, Mr. Acting Chair, can you repeat to me what's after not allow consumption by consumers?
Yeah, social consumption establishment shall not allow the consumption of alcohol or the smoking of tobacco or the sale of either on the premises, but in some of the language that we were thinking about for a hospitality licensee or marijuana event organizer licensee, we talked about designated social consumption area. And I think you were looking for clarity between use of the term premises and use of the term designated social consumption area.
Yeah, so I think, if I may, I think that premises is appropriate under the current B right now, but for the new C, what I'm asking enforcement is if they think that consumption area, so we have space and then consumption area in that text right now. And so I definitely would reconsider space here because it's less defined. I mean, it isn't defined compared to premises or social or consumption area. So again, just wondering, and I can work offline to get the most appropriate language, but if there was some perspective from INE, I'm happy to listen to it.
Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, we did think about this during break, and I think to make things more clear, we were thinking that maybe going to your question, Mike, is to keep the language the way that it is and then do an exception. Like in this instance, you would keep the language the way it is and then say, with the exception of a supplemental license. That takes care of the suggestion from Commissioner Roy. And space and premises, all of it could stay because then it would be, targeting a dedicated space. But then it would know that this is allowed for other license types except for the supplemental license.
Did you see you're okay with it?
Yep, sounds good. I will, I'll rework this language offline.
Before we move on, again, we're going to rework some of this language, but any final thoughts from commissioners on anything you want to make sure is included in that new language? I appreciate the conversation that we've had, but give you a chance to make any final points before we move on to the next section. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So the next steps are we come back with language for what was suggested by Commissioner Roy. For the second half, the supplemental license type language, is someone working on a draft for that as well?
Yes, so we're gonna leave 4B is particular just to supplemental license type, and we'll break out a new C and probably a new D to address the requirements for a hospitality licensee and a marijuana event organizer licensee as well.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. That was obviously a good policy discussion for us to all have.
That was keeping me up at night.
All right. Want to move on to 4C. We have new language there.
All right, we're still on page 133 under C. All marijuana and marijuana product sales shall be tracked using the seed to sale SOR. Marijuana establishments licensed to operate supplemental on-site consumption establishments in or attached to its existing marijuana establishment shall ensure separation of sales under the marijuana establishment license and retail sales for consumption at the supplemental on-site consumption establishment.
Sure.
Deputy GC, go ahead.
This is kind of in the series of ones that I'm amending, so we've already taken out the or attached to language, so that's taken care of. However, when it comes to this SOR, I'm going to look at all of those provisions holistically to make sure that they're consistent, and so I already have a pin for myself for this one to come back to it and rework it for the draft.
Commissioner Roy Jones.
My question is for I&E. Do you need the word inventory in there? Shall ensure the separation of sales and inventory.
I don't think so. I think this is consistent with how the CMO regulations for separation of medical and adult use sales is written. I think it's clear enough, but if you added inventory, it wouldn't cause an issue either.
You okay with it?
I am. I just
Okay,
wanted to-
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, as long as they're okay with it.
okay.
They're the ones that get enforced.
They'd also still be subject to the inventory regulations under
Right.
5.8, so,
Right.
it's sufficient.
Okay. Moving on to Rachel, you want to read D?
Right, D, limitations on the sale for, the limitations on the time for sales of marijuana or marijuana products shall comply with all municipal bylaws and ordinances unless otherwise explicitly authorized by the municipality. Sales shall only occur between the hours of 7 a.m. and 11 p.m.
With the original language, 7 a.m. was changed from 8 a.m. and 11 p.m. was changed from 9 p.m. Again, this offers municipality the flexibility of establishing their own hours, but we need language that doesn't mean they can allow earlier than 7 and after 11 as we prescribed, I think, when we did the delivery licenses.
Consistent.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner, go ahead.
So that means like Fenway Park, you stop selling beer at 7th inning. So this is the sales stop at 11, but the event can still go on,
Yes.
right?
I think somewhere else we're going to address sales have to stop 30 minutes before closing
What,
or the end of the event. Go ahead.
is that language even necessary at all? Because limitations on the time for sales of marijuana products shall comply with all municipal bylaws and ordinances. Is that enough? Like right there? Do we need to then prescribe certain hours?
I mean, similar to what we did with delivery, we gave them a range of time that they couldn't go under or they couldn't go over. So again, my thought or question was just around consistency with that. I don't know if our former municipal executive has any thoughts.
Again, juggle public safety and pro-business. So if I'm in a tourist area, in the beach, Cape Cod, and I want to have a sunrise canna event. And I can't do that with with what we're saying. So, but it really should be up to the municipality to say, yes, I can do a sunrise event, not us.
Commissioner Martin.
Let's talk about it. Because for delivery, we said 7 to 11. And we had very lengthy conversation with I&E to get to those hours to just give municipalities a range, 7 to 11. But if we think differently, then let's have the conversation. We were trying to just create a range
Mhm.
and some kind of guidelines for municipalities, but
Shouldn't it really be up to the municipality?
and a lot of this stuff is gonna fall on municipalities, but what are your, I hear what you're saying. If I want to have an event that goes,
Yoga, sunrise yoga.
Yeah.
Right?
or an event that goes past 11 and 12. I mean,
Yeah, tango and
this is social consumption. It's not, it's a specific license, it's not delivery. So I mean, there could be could be different. But that's what I guess the working group came up with in terms of the balance.
and I see why you did it.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion, and for you guys are now seeing this obviously for the first time. So I think it's good for you all to talk about it.
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just had a quick comment. Commissioner Camargo, thank you. When I was reading through this language, I immediately thought about delivery and the change in timeline. But I like the fact that even though the language is here, host communities, as you already mentioned, Acting Chair, have the ability to work within that perimeter. One thing I did want to clarify, and maybe this is a question for our GC, was whether or not a municipality could be more restrictive, or are they only able to decrease these hours, or do they have to expand from that 7 a.m. to that 11 p.m. timeframe?
Well, it's a good question, Commissioner, but I think it's looking at the language, I think to address Commissioner Roy's point, that second sentence says, unless otherwise explicitly authorized by the municipality, sales shall only occur between the hours of 7 a.m. and 11 p.m.
So they can.
Delivery, I think we do have language which says you can't go earlier and you can't go later. You got to stay within the window. I think the way the language reads now, we would allow for, sunrise yoga with cannabis, or an event happening after 11 p.m., but it would still rest with the municipality and what the municipality wanted to do. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Right, thank you.
That's it.
Sorry, I was asking in the reverse though. So I'm asking, let's say a municipality wants it to only occur between the hours of 8 o'clock and 9 p.m. Are they permitted to do so, or does our language restrict them from making that sort of amendment?
As I look at that second sentence, I think it rests completely with the municipality to choose. We're saying, here's the window. You want to make it longer or you want to make it shorter? I read that as saying the municipality can explicitly set that.
We could do no hours. That's it. I mean,
That's what I'm saying, right?
Let's have that conversation, because again, this is, and this process of the working group, when I say we had like a little Commissioner Roy on our shoulder and little Commissioner Concepcion on our shoulder, like what would they say? What would they think, right? What's out there? Who are we talking to? A lot of this stuff came about, again, thinking about public safety, public health, and this being something new to Mass. But I think it's a good conversation, and sometimes we are over prescriptive with these regs and sort of heavy regulated. So it's a good conversation to have. So
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. Is our general counsel in the room? It's hard for me to see just from where I am.
He is out of office.
He's out of office.
part of this
Okay.
week. So
I was
our
asking-
PGC is here.
I'll tell you why I'm asking the question the way I am. It's just because, there's federal laws, there are state laws, there are regulations, there are ordinances. I'll give an example. When there's a state law, if there's a parameter, then the municipality has to follow it. They cannot be more restrictive than what that statute allows. So I just wanted to clarify from, maybe someone within the legal team, if the way that we worded it here, legally, just are we making it more restrictive, or is it in fact allowing that intent to make it more flexible for municipalities? I just want to make sure the way that it reads follows the intent.
Good question. Deputy GC.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a good question. And to go back to your first comment, I read it as we are setting the parameters that the municipality can work within. So they can restrict it further. So if they want sales to occur at 10 a.m. and until 9 p.m., then they could set that based off of the language here and actually reflected throughout the rest of the regulations as well. So this, again, the timing is consistent with the hours in other licenses. So that's why, again, going back to the other commissioners' comments, why we set it up the same way in the working group here. But again, going back to your point, municipalities can set that timing more restrictive than we're currently allowing, but we would not allow them to set it outside of the hours prescribed here.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So we can make it more restrictive, but they cannot operate outside of that window. So that's 6 a.m., 12 a.m., that we would not permit that according to this language.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the answer. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy.
So I guess my question is, if other than being consistent with another license type, other than that, put that aside, why do we have this sentence when the municipality can override us, underride it, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna set the time. So the reasoning, other than being consistent with delivery, what is the reason for that? If the municipality can say, you can start it earlier, you can start it later, you can, like, I don't understand other than the consistency.
Yeah.
Why we have that.
Arrange, but we can, I mean, I'm okay with striking it. As long as we can write it where municipalities understand what their role is. And I don't know if Travis, you have some thoughts.
Yeah, my only response to the chair would be, obviously, hours of operation, especially as it relates to sort of some of these processes that go through local licensing authorities that have been in place longer. You know, the ABCC for 80 years, for example. I mean, now that they're more sort of commonplace, its hours of operation is the whole sort of focus of most municipalities and these types of things. So
Right.
I think as long as we're being clear that the expectation is through proving something that they must be setting the hours of operations, I think that would be my only concern of taking anything off, taking it all off. But
Right.
as long as they understand that they have to set hours of operations, that's within their role. I think that's going to be primarily their focus to begin with.
Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Kamar.
Thank you. A few comments. First, I would advocate that we maintain this language. And the reason why I say that is based on the prior conversations that Commissioner Camargo and I had with the working group around delivery, with the I&E team, that municipalities often use our regulations as the guide. You know, so it's helpful to have that information with time baked in within our regulations. The other thing is, and I know Chief Jones is also there, we sort of talked about sort of that time frame and why it made the most sense with delivery. And I think there's some overlap here on that time frame in particular. But the reason, Commissioner Roy, Attorney Baker answered my question, and I think that it's helpful to something that you said too. So it does not allow complete wiggle room for municipalities. What it does is it allows municipalities to have a more condensed timeline, not more expansive. So they can't go beyond what's prescribed here. Sorry, I'm on one screen, so I'll look at the language itself and just sort of give you an example. So we're saying now between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. A municipality then cannot go and say, I want it to be 6:30 to 11:30 p.m. because our regulations have provided for this timeline. They could, however, say 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's the discretion that municipalities have. And that's what we have in our writing. So that's why I was asking those questions to clarify, because once we put something like this in place, I forgot sort of which end it worked on, but there are restrictions based on the regulations that we enact. So I hope that answers some of the things that you were saying also, because you said a municipality can technically say anytime. They can't. They would only be able to say a time within the time frame that we've allowed it.
I don't read it that way.
Well, that's why I asked Attorney Baker, so I'll let him or acting chair.
I read it, they
back the-
could override and go to 10 at night if they wanted to.
Right, that's
We'll
what
do
I was
this.
saying.
Can we just back up again? If the board can come into a consistent on where they want to go with this, I'll redraft the language to accommodate that with one of the commissioners. So if you want to allow the municipality to go outside of the hours set here, that's one way of doing it. Or do you want them to have, for the commission to set the parameters here and then they work within? So if we come to a consensus on that, I can redraft accordingly.
And I think, and appreciate I always look to the only lawyer on the commission, and appreciate her thought on this. I, again, read the language, again, we're looking, Commissioner Camargo, you raised this point. Do we want to offer some guideline by which communities can follow, similar to the language that we incorporated for delivery? But again, I look at this language as, here's what we'll offer you as a parameter, but still giving the municipality. And again, I see it as already in there in this language, but certainly leave it up to the legal folks to help me understand it a little bit better. I think we do want to offer the flexibility. It can happen between 7 and 11, unless that municipality says, I want to have I have a licensee who wants to do some type of sunrise event or wants to go a little bit later than 11. I do want to offer them that flexibility. I don't want to dictate to communities necessarily how the social consumption hours should be managed. But again, I look at the language and see the flexibility into it, but I appreciate that. We mail that Commissioner Roy and then Commissioner.
DEC, can you just, I'm understanding your interpretation differently than Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion says they can shrink the hours, but I read it as they could shrink or expand the hours based on this language. Could you please elaborate?
That's exactly why I think a redraft is needed for this provision, because we want to be as consistent for everyone's interpretation as possible. So my question back to the board is, okay, in light of this conversation, as a policy matter, do you want municipalities to be able to be more restrictive time-wise, or do you want to remove the time provisions stamped here?
Yeah.
Because then I can redraft it accordingly.
Yeah, I think those are the two things, if I may.
Commissioner Camargo, and then.
Yeah. Commissioner Concepcion, I was just gonna agree with the beginning part of what you said earlier in terms of, having done the work with the delivery operators and municipalities and public safety. And then, within the working group, bringing over, and I&E, obviously, bringing over all that information over to this, right? And we kind of thought about it. We thought about it and kind of ended up here. But we also have to think through, and Catherine, I know you have your hand up and I don't know if we're going in the same direction, but there's 3 different license types. And I think one of the challenges with delivery was, making sure that there's some cities and towns that allow dispensaries to be open till 12. And then delivery wasn't allowed to happen past like 9 o'clock or something like that because of our regs. So when I start thinking about social consumption, Commissioner Roy, I agree with you a little bit of allowing the municipalities to, predict, what time these things happen. But I think within the working group, our, I would say, fear, for lack of better words, was to at least give municipalities some kind of guidance so that they don't say, oh, no, you guys can only do this till 9 o'clock at night, right? And then the other part of it is that we have to think about this, there's 3 different license types. If you're doing a supplemental, and I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole, get anybody confused, but there's 3 different licenses. So I'm thinking about the timing. I'm thinking about the I&E perspective on that. Does that become, some kind of overlap or inconsistency with our licenses in supplemental and in hospitality? But, you know, I want to make sure that for social consumption, that we're giving this license type, you know, some flexibility of hours of operation. I mean, if you're having an event or a social consumption cafe, you know, folks, you know, get to places at, you know, 9, 10 o'clock. So also allowing these places to, you know, go past 11, especially if a city and town already allows dispensaries to go till 12. So I guess that's now a lot of the thoughts that I'm having, but I'm open to either way. But I think, you know, Commissioner Concepcion, to your point earlier, you know, this time frame here and some of this, some of these lessons learned was from the delivery aspect. But again, it's a different license. So
Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. So Commissioner Concepcion, yes, you were definitely right. We did talk about this when we're going over delivery. The difference between, you know, delivery and this license type is because we were more concerned about returns. The delivery carrier has to return the product to the retailer. So we were looking at hours of operation for retailers.
Right.
In conjunction with the delivery and also a public safety element. So that there's a disparity there between these two license types. So for carrier or for delivery, that was the focus in terms of, are they going to have enough time to be able to return the product back to the retailer if they're, you know, the hours or the ranges up to midnight or whatever the time was. And we also, you know, what was also pertinent for us was the public safety element of it. But with this license type, if it's a situation where they have their own votes, it's an event and whatever, they don't have the elements of the same requirements to return the product back to the retailer. And that is a major difference there between the two license types.
Commissioner Ryan.
And thank you for that explanation. And that's why I'm saying we just can't extrapolate that logic to this license type. It doesn't necessarily fit, but just an example, right? So if we say 8 to 11, and we're saying you can't expand the hours. Think of Boston, right? A New Year's Eve. Okay, you can only go to 11. You can't watch the ball drop. Like go home. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So you really got to leave it up to the municipality. You know.
Can I directly?
Hang on, just Commissioner Concepcion, then back to you, DJC. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Chief Jones, if I was there, I would hug you. So much.
like, duh.
There's been so much that's happened. There's been so much that's happened between that time and now. I was like, you know, we had a long conversation with I&E around the time frame and why this made sense. Thank you so much. I was trying to remember that and I could not get to that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To our deputy, to Attorney Baker, this now brings me back to your question now about, so now where does the board want to go? You know, in terms of, do we want to allow for that flexibility or do we not want to allow for full flexibility? This has been helpful. I think, and I'll speak for myself. I know, you know, acting chair, you probably have to speak to the entirety of the board just to figure out where we are. But I do believe it makes sense to give municipalities the ability to have that flexibility to determine whether or not they want to go both more restrictive or less restrictive. But I also do want to make sure that we have some sort of time frame there. So the way that that's written, saying, you know, this is what our regs add, you guys can follow that or change it, but having some sort of time frame there, I think is helpful. So I'll just put that to the board. Thank you so much, Chief Jones.
Thank you, Chief. You want to acknowledge a thank you back from Commissioner?
A hug, Commissioner Concepcion, you're welcome.
I think where we're all coming down is, you know, balancing, do we want to offer a parameter? And obviously the reminder here that it is not directly tied to the parameters we set for delivery because of other issues as it relates to delivery. I guess the question I would have is two options. Under D, do we just stop the section after the first sentence? Or if we wanted to offer some guidance, could we write, unless otherwise explicitly authorized by the municipality, sales may only occur between the hours of 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. Deputy JC, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond back to this conversation because we're missing just one piece of it. So I know that we have tabled the majority of the marijuana event organizer license because ultimately we're rethinking the structure of it. But that is a big consideration here of why we have the language as is, because the event organizer would have to bring physically back the products that they have on site to their vault. And so in a similar way that the delivery licensees have to bring it back, that's the consideration here for our event organizers. They also will have to go back and store that product in the vault. And so just wanted to offer that as some perspective because we did model this off of largely the conversation that we had in delivery. And so that's why we landed the way that we did.
Commissioner Roy.
Bringing it back to their own vault, right? Where with courier, they're bringing it back to another business owner who might have different hours.
Right. Yeah.
Chief, go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Roy. I think our understanding has always been that, with the event organizer, they'll be able to warehouse. I thought that has been the understanding all along. And the fact that they can warehouse will be like a delivery operator in the sense that they make their own hours, make their own, own hours of operation. There's no retailer involved if we went with that model. So in that regard, it does make sense to leave it open-ended. That way they can decide.
I think you're gonna get them out of compliance if they're worried about getting it back to their vault by
By a certain time.
yeah.
Mhm. And then what if the event is going on till like 2 AM or, and all that?
I guess I don't understand the hours, because if the municipality is gonna ultimately decide what they are, like, I don't understand the need for those hours.
I generally agree, and again, this is putting it on the municipalities. I would just point out, right, the municipality is going to come up with a form that's based on these regs, the same way they do with one-day liquor licenses, et cetera. So if it were to say something like, these are the hours, but you can go outside of that as a municipality, the only reason I would think of that structure would be that if you're going outside of that, you have to go to the CCC for, approval to do that. In which case we're adding administrative work to the CCC if that's not the intent of the commissioners, and I wouldn't put it in. But that's just kind of a middle ground that occurs to me and exists elsewhere outside of the Cannabis Control Commission. But no, I think if you're willing to let them go outside of it, then I think you really want to be setting the tone that the hours of operation are up to the municipalities.
Exactly.
Second Chair. In that case, if that's the way that the board is landing on this policy matter, I think we could reasonably strike the second sentence here, and that would be appropriate.
Okay. Let's go with Commissioner Concepcion, last word. Go ahead.
I'm just voicing my opinion. I disagree with striking the time frame. And I'll Commissioner Camargo, you mentioned this as well, just in our conversations, the way that we've seen municipalities roll out their own ordinances, the way that they do it, they usually use our regulations as that guide. So in the delivery conversations, what we realized is even though, the next town over might allow delivery to go beyond sort of what we had within the perimeters, even I believe our language added allow for some sort of discretion. And again, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going through sort of conversations that were had months and months and months ago. But what we saw was that municipalities would use the time frame that we've listed, and that would be it. So there will be it allows for less discretion. Discretion is not the right word that I want to use. It acts as a guide. So think of it as that, and it would allow for a more of a guide for municipalities to see, so that you don't have variations that impact licensees in a way that might be detrimental. So that's my opinion, and I just wanted to throw it out there, but that's sort of the rationale for having some sort of time frame listed within our regulations.
So Commissioner, just so I'm clear, so are you okay with keeping the second sentence in there? Would you be okay with keeping the second sentence in there and changing the shall to may?
I like the latter.
That flexibility? Okay.
I like the latter, the shall to may, but continuing with the rest of the language.
Okay. All right. Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, and Commissioner Concepcion is right. They do, the municipalities, they do use this as a guide in terms of they rely on the language and the regulations. And then if I may make a suggestion, because this is social consumption, maybe something for the board to think about, instead of saying 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., maybe 7 a.m. to midnight or 12 p.m. or 12 a.m., whichever way. No, 12 p.m. is 12 a.m.
Any objection to saying 12 a.m.?
No, I was just gonna say that Commissioner Concepcion, you know, you're right, and a lot happened in the working group, but you know, you're helping me to refresh my own thoughts, but that was sort of the argument that I had in the working group for putting sort of a time, you know, some kind of guidance, because we've heard from a lot of licensees that, you know, municipalities take from us. So thank you for just kind of bringing that conversation up, and I'm okay with the language and it being changed to May as well, and I'm okay with the midnight as well. You know, cities and towns can decide past that, but at least it does give them some kind of guidance. But I also appreciate Commissioner Roy's point on, you know, getting rid of all of it, but I think this will allow municipalities to have some kind of guidance, because they're really going to look to us and to our regs for this in particular.
Commissioner Roy.
So differs from delivery is once that transaction is made, the interaction is done. With social consumption, this says sales shall only occur between 7 a.m. and let's say 12 a.m. So the sales shut off, but can they consume till 2 or 3 in the morning? Like, that's really up to the municipality. So it's different than delivery. Like, once that interaction is done, it's done. And here, once the sale is made, the interaction is not done because they're going to consume. So you're saying the register gets shut down? I just want to understand what we're saying here. The register gets shut down at midnight.
Sales.
Okay. May. So why do we have it? All right, for the record, I don't think we need it, but.
Well, I think again, obviously, this is all going to go through the promulgation public comment period. So we'll change the shall to may. And if there's no objection, move the 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. And again, we'll see what type of public feedback we get. Okay. All right. Chief, go ahead.
The bars have a cutoff time. When you go to a bar, there's a cutoff time in terms of when their last sale.
Right.
Yeah.
And my park is the 7th inning.
Right.
Yeah.
So this also will be consistent with that.
The cutoff time.
The cutoff time. So
Right.
that's really what that means. You know, you go to the bar, you get your your beer, and then you're still able to drink your beer while you're watching the show. But there is a cutoff time in terms of sales.
And that I agree with.
By the 7th inning.
Yeah, so and then I can see the time, right? So if you look at it through that lens, okay, the last transaction is midnight.
Right.
Registers are shut
Mhm.
down.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And it allows the licensee to be able to do their inventory, the close of closing out the register and everything else that they need to get done.
Right.
Right.
I just clarify though, but are we saying that municipalities have the option of saying, this is what's suggested as a may, but they're gonna set their zoning, they're gonna set their parameters to what they want?
Mhm.
So 11 might make sense for some municipalities and 2 a.m. might make sense for the city of Boston.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, you had your camera on. Did you have anything to add?
It was just for the ED to see my head nod. I don't know if you can see me, but yes, I was just agreeing.
Okay. All right. All right, Rachel, moving on. E doesn't have any changes, but I think we can move on to F. Whoops, Enforcement Council, go ahead. Don't change the hours on us. Go ahead.
Thanks, sorry, and not to add a complication to a section that we have not revised, but in reading through this, I'm just wondering whether it makes sense to still include this section in our regulations, or if the board might be interested in just striking it. In particular, looking at licensees shall use best efforts to implement platforms for the electronic payment of funds. And just kind of noting as well that we do have a very similar requirement for delivery licensees and licensees with a delivery endorsement. In those instances, I think it does make sense to try to limit the amount of cash on hand in a vehicle that's performing deliveries. This would be a requirement that is unique to these brick and mortar stores to limit the amount of cash on hand that they have in these facilities. And then additionally, just that last sentence does offer kind of a fair amount of flexibility in terms of what are best efforts, and then also what are certain approved electronic payment of funds. The way this is written right now, it seems to suggest that maybe like Venmo transactions would be allowed, which I don't know if that's something that the board is really interested in allowing at this time. So just kind of generally speaking, it might behoove us to just strike this, but also just wanted to raise that for consideration by the board.
Are you suggesting striking all of E or just the last sentence?
I mean, I think it could be appropriate to strike all of you. Like I said, this is a unique requirement for a brick and mortar store. I would definitely defer over to Director Binkowski or Chief Jones regarding any kind of like on the ground investigations considerations. But I think just generally speaking, we do not have a similar requirement for retail establishments, for example, to minimize the amount of cash on hand. And then also just as we're talking about electronic payment of funds, I think there needs to be a little bit more clarity in that area if we want to kind of compel licensees to utilize electronic payment of funds as opposed to using cash. Debit or cashless debit ATM transactions are allowed at retailers. I think just having, in terms of kind of consistency, how we're applying regulations as it relates to social consumption establishments versus other establishments, I think striking it would just be more consistent with that, with how our regulations are structured thus far.
Director, Chief?
Yes, so EC Gooden is correct. We don't have this for retailers, for example, dispensing MTCs. I don't know if this is something the board was thinking of more in terms of like an event, but for brick and mortar licensees, they would still be subject to the cash handling requirements under 110.7. So they would need to have separate accounting practices, report to DOR, et cetera, but would need to have a vault or a safe for that cash. So this would be unique language for a brick and mortar licensee.
Deputy GC.
Best efforts isn't helpful for enforcement.
So if the board is looking to strike all of it under Enforcement Council's recommendation, that's one thing. If they were looking to further restrict the scope of it, you could just require marijuana event organizers. But again, I hesitate to get too far down the line in that thinking because we are reconsidering that license class. But that's an alternative as well.
Can you repeat that? You said or require?
Yeah, so I think Enforcement Council has raised and DOI have raised a good point here that brick and mortar, there's really no point in restricting cash in that regard. However, for event organizer, again, it's been tabled, so I can hold back that comment. But if you're looking to keep the provision and further restrict it to being just for event organizers, that could also work.
I would suggest we pin this until we come back to the marijuana event organizer license and see if we need to tie it to that. If we don't feel we need to, then I think we can strike it. So we'll have that conversation. All right. Thank you for not allowing us to just jump over E. There you go. All right. Should always ask a question. Any questions on E? Anyways. All right. Rachel, keep going. You can pick up now with what we have formatted as the new F.
Thank you. We are now on page 134. Right at the top, F, a social consumption establishment agent may refuse the sale of marijuana or marijuana products based on a reasonable belief that a consumer is visibly impaired.
Any questions? No.
concern if they go from one tent to the other. I mean, visibly impaired, we're not saying which substance, just visibly impaired. So.
Right.
Mhm.
Good.
You want to read the new G? Harmon.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what, as social consumptions may refuse a sale based on reasonable belief that should that be a shall refuse if they have a credible belief that they are intoxicated? Is that still within their discretion of the agent to conduct and finalize that sale? Or if they're under a reasonable belief that that person is intoxicated, should that be a shall refuse the sale? Just a clarifying question. Thank you.
Remind me, what is the language? There's language around when somebody walks into a dispensary that they have the ability to refuse. Is that a may or a shall?
I mean, oh,
Go ahead, Chief.
thank you. The subjectivity of impairment as it relates to tip certification and other things is we're giving individuals the authorization to refuse sale, and reducing or removing their liability for doing so based on their qualifications of identifying impairment. So it may make sense, but I agree with the point that it should be consistent.
Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the ED. That's what I was gonna say, that maybe we need to stick to may, because reasonable belief basically goes to the legal standard of the individual involved is the one that gets to make the decision whether it's at that person's discretion as to whether that person is visibly impaired not to continue with the sale, which is consistent, I think, with the ABCC as well. Instead of saying shall, you say may.
Right.
Because it's up to that person's judgment to then decide, whether to continue with the sale or not.
Deputy GC and then Director.
I agree with the chief here. I think the discretion is at the hands of the agent who is making that determination. And saying shall, I think if you change it to shall, it would be difficult to enforce anyways, that change. So it's because it's at the discretion of the agent there. So leaving it up with may, I think, is appropriate to the chief's point.
Gets all back to the quality of the training program that we're going to require. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick search of the regs, and certainly the attorneys in the room can correct me if I'm wrong, but 144, subsection 4, which is the right to refusal of retailers, and then we have similar language in delivery operators as well. It doesn't mention impairment. It says they shall refuse to sell marijuana to any consumer who's unable to provide valid proof of ID, and then shall refuse to sell to consumers if, in the opinion of the agent, based on information available at the time, the consumer or the public would be placed at risk. This includes, but is not limited to, the consumer engaging in daily transactions that exceed the legal possession limits or to create a risk of diversion. So impairment is not mentioned in the retailer regs that I can find right now.
Purposes of this section, is everybody okay with leaving it as may and that shall? Okay. All right. Moving along to G.
And this is another one where I think we can dispense of it because I already have a pin to keep it consistent with the other language for the point of sale and system of records. I want to try to rethink how those are fitting together here. So if the board would agree, I'd like to try to table this one and I'll work on it offline.
Okay. All right. Move along to H.
Right, next is H, sales of marijuana or marijuana products may not occur within 30 minutes of the social consumption establishment's posted closing time.
Obviously, new language, new provision. I think we were trying to be as consistent. We're treating cannabis operators like alcohol licensees, but anybody have any thoughts or questions on this?
Tim.
No, come on.
Just messing with you.
All right, seeing none, we'll move along. Section 5, age verification has no changes to it. Obviously, nobody under the age of 21 is allowed in. Let's move on then to section 6, consumption areas.
Okay, we're still on page 134. Consumption areas. A social consumption establishment that allows an indoor smoking consumption areas or an outdoor smoking consumption areas shall separate the designated retail sales and consumption areas. Each indoor smoking consumption areas and outdoor smoking consumption areas shall be isolated from other areas of the establishment.
You want to read letter B?
B, indoor non-smoking consumption areas and outdoor non-smoking consumption areas may separate the designated retail sales and consumption areas. And then C, the indoor smoking consumption areas and outdoor smoking consumption areas shall be separated by walls or other impermeable barriers and a secured door and accessible only from the retail sales area and a supplemental on-site consumption and hospitality on-site consumption establishments.
Mr. Acting Chair. And then
Did you say
the way that the rest of the sentence reads pertains to the marijuana event organizer. Again, we're tabling it, so I would just recommend tabling the remainder of that provision.
No.
All right, now we are on D. Visibility of the indoor smoking consumption areas and outdoor smoking consumption areas may be observed by marijuana establishment agents via natural sight through windows or via CCTV or a similar monitoring technology. E, a social consumption establishment's consumption areas shall have clear, unobstructed camera coverage as follows. 1, cameras shall be of quality sufficient to capture a clear, still image, whether live or recorded. Cameras shall cover all entrances or reasonable areas of ingress to the consumption areas. Cameras shall be angled in a designated entrances to allow clear and certain identification of any person entering or exiting the consumption area. 4, cameras must be placed in such a way as to monitor all locked receptacles for the disposal of abandoned, discarded, or unattended marijuana or marijuana products. And 5, licensees may submit a request for an alternative security provision under 935 CMR 500, 110, 2, if it cannot comply with 935 CMR 500, 141, 6C due to conflicting laws or regulations.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
How does this apply to the event organizer, all these cameras, like the beach yoga? You bringing cameras up?
Deputy Chief Seagull.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. This is something that I think the working group really wrestled with, which is, and again, not to get too far down the line on an event organizer, considering we're tabling it, but what does the board want camera coverage to look like at these temporary events? I think it is different. We could leave the language, I think, largely as is for the retail, to keep it consistent with retail establishments for the other two license types. But for this one, In particular, it really is an open question what the board wants to do with these temporary events. But again, I hesitate to get too far down the line in that conversation because we are tabling that license class.
I mean, just to give you an insight, Commissioner Roy, we did talk about the same way delivery operators have body cams. We talked about that. Yeah. So it would be somewhat like that.
Yeah.
Well, similar to what delivery drivers use, which are body cams, right? But maybe that's one thing. But again, not to get, but just to give you a little bit of some of the conversations that we did have, or standing cameras at the location, obviously Wi-Fi, everything else, but you know.
And thank you, and I appreciate the volume of questions I have because I wasn't on the working group.
I don't know.
It's helpful
yeah.
to have the mindset, so thank you.
Yeah.
Director, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the question, Commissioner Roy. So, yes, this was a question that came up. And I think especially with events, since we don't know the type of floor plan, the capacity, et cetera, and because of the kind of enforcement challenges we've already flagged, having the body camera, so at least the point of sale, the sale of the product is under camera view, was kind of, where we wanted to be. It would be in line with other sales that are conducted, throughout our jurisdiction, provide some element of public safety for the agents that are working it as well. And if there is any complaints related to that, because our enforcement is going to be, limited to an extent, at least having the sale on camera, so that we can have something to verify against the seed to sale. And diversion prevention as well.
So,
No, I was just gonna add,
Go ahead.
for Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion, just because we started having the conversation, but we talked a lot about in the working group, just like, awkward, right? You're going to an event, you're having a good time, and, there's someone with a body cam, going to record your point of sale. We kind of went back and forth on that, but also when you go to a dispensary, there's cameras everywhere, right? So we also thought about the customer experience on this, but again, we're not there yet, but just to kind of give you a little bit of insight into that conversation for events and things like that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. And thank you, Chicago. So I guess if that's the mindset of the working group, then do we need to be consistent with 500-110, where we specifically talk to body cameras for delivery licensee, where we're not specifically talking, did I miss it? Do we talk about body cameras? So a delivery licensee or marijuana establishment with a delivery endorsement, agents engaged in the delivery of marijuana products to consumers shall have on their person an operational body camera during all times that the marijuana establishment agent is outside of the delivery vehicle for the purpose of transacting a delivery. So we're silent here. Is that intentional?
Deputy Jason.
Thank you, Commissioner. The way that this is written right now does cover areas that are outside the scope of just a retail establishment. For instance, it mostly pertains to what we want covered for consumption areas. It does not speak to specifically body cams. So if you were looking to implement that, you could implement that here, but it is not written in as.
To hear body cams, because now I had no idea.
It's just an
Yeah,
example.
and I'm not saying it's a bad, yeah, it could be a good idea. I was shocked. I didn't know that was so, because it's not here expressly.
Again, I'm trying to just give you some
No, it's helpful.
background on all conversation we had and possibilities and what could this look like, and what does the experience of the consumer look like. So a lot of it, but I guess again, the event marijuana organizers on hold. So I think those are some of the things that we can think about when we get there.
Commissioner Concepcion and friend.
Thank you. Oh my God, do I put the camera on or off? Hello. Commissioner Camargo, I wanted to make sure I was understanding what you were saying a little bit earlier. And by all means, we can table some of this conversation because I know it might be a longer one on an issue that will be revisited at another time. But if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that the difference here in terms of the body camera is there's less of a need because of the ability to place cameras around facilities. Is that what you were saying?
I think it was more for me as I look at these two components. One is this language, I think, speaks more to a brick and mortar space that's going to be used more consistently, whether that's for the supplement or the hospitality. I think where we're still having conversations and where the discussion around a body cam, and I think Director Binkowski is accurate in saying, when we look at a marijuana event organizer, which might be using a temporary space, and our interest in recording that point of sale is where the possible application of the body cam might come into use a lot more than, again, a brick and mortar space that might be used more consistently. Commissioner Roy.
Just get a little.
Thank you.
queasy.
That's helpful. Thank you.
If queasy is the right word, but like, if we're supposed to be regulating cannabis like alcohol, like the people who work in the alcohol tent aren't wearing body
No.
cams. And it almost feels,
I would just say, put a pin on it.
yeah.
Put a pin on it, because, and I might have spoken out of turn. Mike's probably like, oh boy, Nudi's just dropped all the jewels that we were having a conversation in the working group. But no, I want to be transparent in terms of the conversations that we had, right? We went around this trying to figure out the best thing. I put it out there, Commissioner Roy, because it's
Yeah.
something that we had conversations
Yeah.
about, but it's not on here. We're not there yet. But it's, once we get to the marijuana event organizer, we need to think through what that security looks like in terms of, recording, or maybe it's not body cams, maybe it's, event cams, right?
Yeah.
Right in the tent, right?
I think that's better.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you go get a beer, no one has a body cam.
That's what I'm saying.
I
It's
know.
like,
I know, again, maybe too much for public meeting, but it's okay. I'm telling you guys all the conversations that we had.
It's very,
you know,
very helpful.
Because we really thought about public safety. Like, this is probably one of the hardest things that we had to do is, at all times, public safety, I&E, public safety, I&E. So I would really table this conversation so we don't go down a rabbit hole with it, but more to come on that.
Yeah, and Commissioner Roy, I hear you, and try not to make this look odd or unusual or different than, say, a beer festival or anything else. I think we're still working through, what element of enforcement do we want to have over making sure whoever walks up to get product is over the age of 21. And again, I think what this section is speaking to is more brick and mortar facilities that are used consistently, either attached to a supplemental or potentially attached to a hospitality license. Director, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my comments were more specific to events. For the brick and mortar, they would be subject to 110 security requirements because it's the same. And just to bring up with ABCC as well, we had a great discussion with the ABCC last week as well. And for the special one-day events, they let us know that they do not, that's full municipal jurisdiction. So the ABCC does not I'm using probably the wrong terminology, but license those, that's specific municipal control. So I think they offer guidance, and whatever the municipality requires is what they do for events. But for our brick and mortar, they would be subject to the same indoor security requirements they have now. It's more for the hospitality and events where the point of sale, I&E is recommending point of sale was under camera coverage because there's going to be so many enforcement challenges with those procedures as well. If there's no sale under camera view, there's going to be no ability to verify if there's ever any discrepancies that any diversion or lack of sales took place.
Deputy GC and then Chief.
Thank you. So under 110, there's already a requirement to have camera coverage for the point of sale, so that would be redundant to add anything like that here. This would be supplemental to that, so that we're covering areas that are not covered under 140 or considered at retail. Because a lot of this language deals with consumption areas, obviously that's not something that we have at our current retail establishment. So again, this is supplemental to what is already required at retail. And so that's why the main focus of these 5 provisions is for that. Again, it's mostly pertaining to consumption areas and what we're trying to capture there, but it does not at this point include body cams. So that's where we're landed as of right now.
Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think what we could do is to steal some of the language from the body cameras to really specifically talk about the point of sale. And Commissioner Camargo, you're right to think about enforcement.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking like.
Yeah, because, yeah, no, because, well, our current licenses, they require, that marijuana be under camera, view. That's what it is. That's what we have currently right now. And the point of that with social consumption is basically the same thing, not when people are consuming, that's not what we're asking. We're just asking that at the point of sale, that's under camera view. Whichever way they wanna do, if they wanna use portable cameras, it's up to them what kind of cameras that
Right.
works for them. But we're not going to be strictly saying, okay, you definitely have to wear body cameras. If they
Yeah,
have other
that's right.
cameras they wanna utilize in order to meet those requirements, we're okay with that. Because we already know that from a compliance enforceability view, we're not going to be there, right?
Right.
So, and then if a complaint does come up, we need to be able to follow up in order to see what took place there. It's all about point of sale. And I think that's what needs to be made clear. That way people can feel comfortable being able to consume and do the things that they need to do without having to worry about the fact that the cameras are going to be all over them. Yeah, it's really about the point of sale. Yeah.
All the back and forth we had in the working group with this stuff. But it sounds like we're tabling, obviously, this portion.
Hey, JC.
Can I just ask for clarity of what are we gonna follow up with on specific information? Is it tabling it until we get to the discussion on event organizer and what that looks like? Or am I amending something to be consistent with the board's intent here?
ED, go ahead.
Just along those same lines, take event out of it. We would probably come up with a scenario around hospitality that might come up with the same. So it sounds like I&E's perspective is so long as the point of sale is being considered, that's the primary focus. So if the event is tabled, it's still the point of sale as relates to potentially hospitality. I mean, that it seems like that is also a little bit in flux.
I would suggest tabling this, putting a pin in so we can look at what we might require for marijuana event organizer. Coming back and seeing if this makes sense. Elements of this make sense for that license. Commissioner Ryan.
And my point, and I appreciate you sharing the behind the scenes. I just wasn't comfortable mandating body camera.
No.
That's right. Yeah, that's why I was not comfortable doing that.
I
But
wasn't either.
To look over your shoulder, but you're looking at a whole bunch of different
I
cameras.
wasn't either, Commissioner Roy.
Yes, I am looking at all different camera types, because I absolutely, the point of sale needs to be recorded. I just feel it just takes it to a new
No,
level
I
that
know.
way. So yeah, but thank you for that. I appreciate that.
I wasn't either. I'm just kind of trying to give folks
Yeah,
a little sense of everything that we talked about.
And again, we had all these conversations. We're thinking through every hypothetical, every scenario. I think our interest was around how do we capture that
Point of sale.
point of sale. The instant kind of segue you could make was, well, this is what we require of delivery. It's portable. It records the transaction itself on a delivery, but no, nothing hard and fast about mounting people up in the.
Yeah, no.
I would suggest it's a little after 12:30 right now. I'm going to suggest we take a lunch break until 1:10, and we'll pick up again with subsection F.
Did we give, we said we're putting a pin on this either way. Okay. All right. I gotta laugh.
All right. So I think we are picking up with 6F. And Commissioner Concepcion, you with us?
I'm here, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are on page 135 now. And under F, the marijuana establishment shall maintain an updated diagram of the consumption area, which shall show the location of the licensed premises of the marijuana establishment, consumption areas, retail areas, and serving areas, ventilation exhaust points if applicable, the employee monitoring area, doors, windows, or other exits, and any other information required by the commission.
The edits here are around consumption area and then adding consumption areas and retail areas and serving areas, or just adding consumption areas, retail areas to the serving area requirements under a updated diagram. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I have a question.
Chief, go ahead.
Is there a reason why we have 6, any other information required by the commission? Because that's too broad.
I think my impression of that is, or interpretation of that is, we want to give ourselves some flexibility
Mhm.
depending on the uniqueness of the space. But I know that obviously put some onus back on you all, or just kind of, for me, I just want to give us the flexibility of saying there's more information that we want about your premises. Again, if premises don't fit into any kind of cookie cutter mold, I just want to provide that flexibility for us. I hear what you're saying. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
When you say the licensed premises of the marijuana establishment, that's broad, like, is that in exterior, interior?
It's a whole skeleton of the establishment.
Inside, outside,
All
All
part of the
encompassing.
premises as defined by our own terms.
so wouldn't that then include the consumption areas, the ventilation, wouldn't that itself include all of that?
Yes.
But we still list them?
Commissioner Roy.
So the reason I ask is because I'm thinking, well, why isn't point of sale included? If we say in point of sale has to be on camera and or restricted areas. Like, I don't understand why certain things were included or excluded.
Strategy.
Go ahead, Deputy.
Retail areas would cover the point of sale area.
Right.
Consumption areas are obviously something that we want diagrammed. So I think, yeah, covering premises is important because we want to understand the full scope of where they're operating out of. But then 2 is a little bit more defined, right? So we want the
Right.
consumption areas and retail
Retail.
areas specifically, and including serving areas. If you're doing non-smoking, that it could be one. It could be also in a consumption area. If you're doing smoking, it could be somewhere else. So that's why it's kind of marked up the way it is, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And this, I know we've tabled the event organizer, but would this be applicable once we untable it to that license type?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe that was our intention. Okay. No other comments. We'll move down to G.
G, consumption of marijuana or marijuana products in an indoor smoking consumption area shall comply with 935 CMR 500, 141, 10, and require the following. 1, a negative air pressure ventilation system that directs air from the consumption area to the outside of the building through a filtration system sufficient to remove smoke and vapor, consistent with all applicable building codes and ordinances, and adequate to eliminate odor at the property line. And 2, a smoke-free and vapor-free area for agents to monitor the marijuana consumption area.
Deputy GC, and then Director. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Sorry, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Just looking to get some additional kind of detail and clarity from the board, Deputy GC. Was the intention to rely upon municipal attestations for the negative air pressure? Obviously we have odor mitigation regulations now, but obviously that's not our primary subject matter jurisdiction. So in terms of assessing the negative air pressure ventilation for quality to assure it's operating as currently configured and as it should be, is there any envisioning of kind of having the local municipalities, Board of Health, or building kind of be the ones who attest to that? Just kind of getting some detail for enforcements, obviously monitoring and ensuring that they have the appropriate air pressure ventilation system in place.
Did you have anything you wanted to add? Sorry.
I definitely understand the concern here relative to enforcement on this provision. And I know that our enforcement staff are not HVAC technicians, so definitely understand that that would be a challenge. So I did imagine that this provision would be more of an attestation that if found to not be accurate would be a negative impact on our licensee, whether it's a notice of deficiency or something like that. So I do understand that. Again, I don't imagine that our staff is going to be in the HVAC system checking, but I do imagine that it would be something like an attestation that they would have to submit to us.
Acting Chair.
Go ahead, Chief.
So DGC, I think, yeah, so that is consistent with the energy requirements. If we have something where it's certified, even by somebody from the Board of Health, because I do see that in 141 subsection 10, it's very detailed. It has a comprehensive requirements, which you've already incorporated here. So if we have some sort of an, certification of some of all these things, especially with HVAC systems, that can become part of our inspectional process, that would be helpful. So maybe that's something for the board to consider in terms of like the working group, where that can be spelled out during that time, or it can be a situation where within this regulatory language, you can include the part about attestation related to HVACs.
Just another comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
We have language in here that says eliminate odor at the property line to keep it consistent with amendments that we made prior. I would advocate for the mitigation or mitigate odor at the property line, again, to keep it consistent. And also just putting it out there, we do get into all of the requirements for indoor smoking under 141.10, and then all of the requirements for outdoor smoking in 141.11. So I do think that this is not quite necessary to have this language here after 141.110. And if you read H below, you can kind of see where it could potentially land because it's further described in the section below.
So you're suggesting we potentially strike 1 and 2 under G?
You definitely could, excuse me, you definitely could. And this was language, as you can see from the red lines, that was existing beforehand. So I was really hesitant to strike any language that former commissioners had went through and promulgated. So in this instance, again, I'm just reiterating that this is more fully flushed out under 14110.
Okay. Let me suggest this. Let's leave this the way it is. Let's go. Hopefully we're going to get to 14110 and 14111. And we can decide if we want to strike this language because it's covered under 14110, or whether we want to just keep it here as a placeholder. Again, this was us editing some existing language that was already on the books. But I would say let's hold this, go read 14110, 14111 when we get there, and then we can come back and decide if we want to keep it in this section or not. All right. Okay. Do you want to read H, just so we cover it?
All right, H is consumption of marijuana or marijuana products in an outdoor smoking consumption area shall comply with 935 CMR 500 14111.
Sorry, Chair. And so if you do want to go back to the last provision, I think you could model it after how this sentence reads in a very similar way.
Understood that. Okay. All right. We do not change. Why don't we move on to the new letter J?
J, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500 14110E, the executive director may approve new consumption technologies for social consumption establishments to utilize in its indoor smoking consumption areas in order to limit secondhand smoke or vapor by consumers and marijuana establishment agents.
I think we might be able to strike and marijuana establishment agents. Yep. No, I think we can strike and marijuana establishment agents. I don't think we want them consuming. But just general context before we hand this over. I think there's an acknowledgement on behalf of the working group that new technologies are constantly being developed and rolled out. We've seen some of them that limit the amount of smoke that is exhaled after consumption, and not to create hurdles for those new types of technologies to come on board. Our thinking here was to allow the executive director the opportunity to approve those new types of technologies as they come online. So that's the genesis for why we added this section, but I don't know who was first, but I'll just go in rank order and start with you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, AC, for explaining the intent here, but still, I'm not so sure if we need that, right? In terms of having the ED approve every new consumption technologies, because again, it's going to be evolving all the time. And I'm not understanding, well, is there public health risk or public safety risk that's associated with this regulation?
To answer your question again, the context that the working group placed this in is that we had people saying, oh, look at my new gadget. My gadget is going to limit the amount of smoke that gets exhaled by the individual using a certain type of product. They're almost looking to us for some type of seal of approval, not necessarily a seal of approval, but some approval to allow their product to be used by a social consumption establishment. So if they want to place us kind of in that process, I don't think we necessarily want to take ourselves out of it, but again, open to additional, again, that was our context, like, hey, we've got this great gizmo. It's been approved in Nevada. Would you guys approve it too? And it's like, well, they don't want to go through I don't want to go through a regulatory change to say this product, product should do X, Y, and Z. I'd prefer to avoid the regulatory process and give the ED authority to look at documentation, see how the product operates, and then make a decision on behalf of the commission as to whether the product would be allowed or not. So again, that's the general context, but we have people saying, ooh, Nevada approved this. It's like, all right, should we also be approving the uses of new technologies if the industry is looking for it? But, we may have a licensee that says, I want to try this out on the floor of my consumption space. Is this okay? So kind of twofold, but hang on, Commissioner, I want to, Director, Pinkowski, did you have your hand up, or do you want me to go? Enforcement Council, go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Chair. And actually building off of what Chief Jones was getting at as well, and how I read this draft regulation here as well, it seems as though the new consumption technologies that we're contemplating would, in essence, provide a public health benefit. So we're talking about, the examples here are limiting secondhand smoke or vapor by other consumers or agents that aren't necessarily directly consuming themselves. So in these areas, I'm just wondering if I could understand the need or the desire to approve certain consumption technologies if there would potentially be a public health risk associated with those. In the areas where this is kind of presenting a public health benefit, where it's reducing a kind of unintended consumption or exposure, or perhaps there are ways that in the future that's going to, or if we're talking about like vapor, for example, like it is reducing the actual kind of inhalation of smoke, just generally speaking. What I'm hearing from you is that we essentially want to try to ease the path for licensees to start utilizing these. But I guess my point of confusion comes with if this is really intended to present public health benefits, by including this approval process in there, are we then just in fact delaying the adoption of those? I guess unless there's a potential risk associated with it, why would we necessarily want to create that kind of checkpoint as opposed to, I guess, if Nevada approves certain new smoking apparatuses or technologies, is there a reason why they have instituted that checkpoint, or just maybe if you have additional clarity on that?
Yeah. Commissioner, anything about?
Yeah, thank you. So,
Yes.
oh, no, she had her hand up. I guess we'll come back to you. I think they need some background on. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think back up Tim a little bit, but in a different direction.
Go ahead.
So is this technologies that would replace the negative air pressure ventilation system?
No,
This is not that.
this is a consumption technology, whether it's some new type of ventilation device or something like that. So it's not changing their HVAC requirements. We're basically saying if I come up with a type of consumption technology that I want to use, or I want to have adopted for use in a social consumption establishment, that again is going to limit secondhand smoke, then some quick review of whatever documentation or support that they want to share with the executive director. Again, moving this out of, we have to go change our regulations.
In addition to that.
Right.
Okay, because I wasn't clear on that.
Yep.
Okay, so to EC's point, they're not all made the same. Like say you get a charcoal air purifier, and I'm just kind of looking. Some can take particulate and gaseous pollutants out, while some might just remove pollutants. So like some might be more adequate than others, the technology, but this isn't to replace, this is in addition, because I read it as in lieu of, but it's not in lieu of.
Not in lieu.
It's in addition to. So I misinterpreted that at first read.
Okay.
So if, as long as it's not, if it was replacing, I'd say, yes, he needs to sign off. But it's just in support of, then maybe we don't need that.
Director, did you have your hand? Go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Yeah, just to build on what Enforcement Council was opining on previously, I think Commissioner Camargo was going to speak to this, but just curious to know kind of what examples of these technologies you have seen in the instance of Nevada using a previously, implemented and developed process. That gives us somewhere to go. But I'm just envisioning a situation where someone comes to us with a brand new technology that no state or jurisdiction has ever come across. Obviously, to do our due diligence, we would want to fact check that, talk with a number of different people. So I was just curious to get some additional detail and clarity regarding what kind of other technologies you have seen in other states and jurisdictions, just to kind of see where this may be going. Thank you.
Did you want to speak?
Be careful
Okay.
with my examples.
Why? Go ahead.
So in Nevada, we saw that they put these regs down. And then a new technology, actually a company from Massachusetts went to the board in Nevada and said, hey, there's this new technology. It's a sort of a portable, you consume, you smoke, and it has like this, this kind of, yes, kind of, piece here where you let the smoke out, right? So, and it collects the smoke. And that was on top of, the HVAC system at some of these locations. And what we heard from the executive director, and this happens to be one product. And again, it's the actual person who started is out of Massachusetts. But they came and said, hey, would you approve this to be used at locations? And that's, some of the examples that we heard where it's like, instead of having to reopen the regs and put this in there, allowing the executive director to review these type of new technologies, and approve them for use at consumption spaces. And they're popping up everywhere. Obviously, there's all kinds of stuff, but those were one of the lessons learned from Nevada. And it was something that we wanted to incorporate here.
And I think if I can, and if I heard you correctly, enforcement counsel, it's like somebody making a claim that their product might be limiting secondhand smoke. I don't necessarily just want to go off their claim without us. Maybe it doesn't from what they show us, but again, still giving us the authority to say, yeah, go ahead and use that. Or from the information you've given me, it doesn't show that you're really limiting secondhand smoke. Like, they may make that claim, and I don't want us to instantly buy into it on the side of public health and safety. But again, to kind of give us that chance to review without baking too much into regs that we won't be able to move and adapt as the industry adapts or changes. Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the thing for us here, because we're actually thinking about established processes in terms of approvals by the ED. Looking at this is that we have to, the ED would need something that we can rely on, right? In order for him to make an informed decision in terms of whether this new technology can be used. And I think the problem that we would have with that is that one, obey the discretion of the ED without, obey the discretion of the ED without really knowing what kind of source or what he will be relying on to make such a decision, because I think this requires an expert to make it such a decision. Maybe instead of doing it that way, wouldn't we just ask them to sort of update their SOPs or something else? To say these are the new technologies that we currently have without putting so much on the ED. Because I'm thinking of our current processes right now. We don't require, like, for example, if there's certain accessories that the retailer wants to sell or licenses, we don't require ED's approval for that. And I think doing it this way would really put this, license such a, in a way, it's sort of a disadvantage, because what if based on his, on the ED's research, or which at times, even let's say we're to rely on the research department, some of the stuff we're learning that at times it can be subjective depending on the author of that research, literature research. So I'm not so sure if really, from an enforcement or compliance side of things, that when it comes to the use of new technology, that we need approval from the commission. But I think there could be a way for them to update, their SOPs to talk about mitigation, what steps they've taken as far as if they have to use this new technology to mitigate risk of secondhand smoking and things of that nature.
That's the intent. Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, that's the intended direction. do we want to leave it on the licensee, or
Mhm.
does Nevada did kind of interject in the process? Commissioner Reagan.
Great, because having worked in the pharmaceutical industry and seen this, like, the person that created the technology can sponsor a paper saying how wonderful the technology is, right? So, but what about this language? Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-141-10E, the social consumption licensee shall update operating procedures when incorporating new consumption technology to utilize in indoor smoking consumption areas in order to limit secondhand smoke or vapor by consumers or agents.
That's great.
Well, I'm for striking the marijuana establishment agents.
Why we don't want them to breathe the secondhand smoke either.
But the secondhand smoker vapor is coming from the consumer. I don't want our marijuana establishment agents to be consuming also. But start with the language that you just gave, and we'll get to the latter half of that in a minute.
Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-141-10E.
Mhm.
The social consumption licensee shall update its operating procedures when incorporating new consumption technologies at the social consumption establishment to utilize in its indoor smoking consumption areas in order to limit secondhand smoke or vapor by consumers and marijuana established agents. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying.
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Roy, I think I want to go back to something Chief Jones said, because I'm debating now about that approval language, and I see that that's now been removed, just on who's making the determination about, just sort of evaluating what that change looks like, or what that actual, what the technology looks like. So where does the approval come in? I guess that's a question for Chief Jones. Are you then evaluating the standard operating procedure and evaluating whether or not the technology is consistent with, our safety protocols? When does that happen? Or are we eliminating that completely?
If I may, Acting Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Concepcion will be eliminating that completely. And the reason for doing so, again, is because we don't have the expertise to be able to make that determination as to whether the new technology that's being introduced is in fact what is, what they say it will do, right? And I think we don't want to put the commission at a point where we're creating some sort of a liability for ourselves, that if we end up having to approve this technology and then later on there are issues with it, then they could always say it wasn't the commission's approval,
Right.
for us to do so. So it's to eliminate the risk.
That's right.
I don't know if that takes away the liability though, because it's still happening within a licensed establishment, correct?
Right. It's happening within a licensed establishment, but the key thing is if we, I'm looking at other, for example, with accessories and other, equipment that they have in there, we don't get to approve what they can and cannot use. It's not something that we require, right? Like, for example, even with the energy requirements, we have an engineer who does the attestation and all that stuff for certification. So I'm just, here we need to proceed with caution here in terms of us getting ourselves involved in the approval process. Like, for example, we approve vehicles, right? We look into vehicles, we're making sure that it's consistent within what we have in 110 or 105. That is different. In this sense here, if we walk into a facility and they have this new technology, we don't have much information for us to be able to rely on other than doing a Google search and seeing what they have to say about that technology. And I think if we put ourselves in a position where we have an approval stamp from the ED saying that this is okay, it can mitigate risk of secondhand smoking, and it turns out that is the opposite, that's even more worse for us if we have that approval stamp. That's how I'm envisioning this, but also comparing it to other how we are handling other instances that relate to, let's say our retailers, they have some sort of a technology related to, let's say, their point of sale. We're not getting involved in that and saying, this is okay for you to use. That's how I'm thinking about it.
I can
Yeah.
understand that. I'm hesitant around this because the approval also gives the executive director and therefore the commission the ability to deny, or let's say that there's something that comes out after the fact and we find out that a technology that's being used in one of our facilities is something that's not safe or is harmful to consumers or agents, whatever. The ED has the ability to say, okay, well, this thing it's no longer meeting the approval. It's no longer something that we can allow. I wonder if by removing that ability for the ED to approve, we're also removing the ability for the ED to deny in the same vein.
It's a good question, Commissioner. I don't think it does, but I think
Okay.
Enforcement Council, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, too. I would definitely defer over to my friends in the legal department in terms of the executive director and the board's ultimate authority there, but I don't think by removing this, we would really kind of limit the executive director or the board's ability to kind of regulate if we do identify a technology that we would want to prohibit in these sorts of establishments. I raised my hand too to just add perhaps this would be kind of a helpful example of a process that we already have in our regulations that does have kind of an approval element to it as well. So when I'm kind of reviewing this language here, I'm thinking about if this was being contemplated in lieu of a regulatory requirement. So they were, if for example, a licensee were coming to us saying, instead of the negative air pressure requirement, we would like to use this. That's similar to like a waiver or an alternative security provision in our regulations, which does have an approval element. So the second criteria under waivers is alternative compensating features. So when a licensee is seeking to waive a regulatory requirement, they can also provide us, and in fact, they're encouraged to provide us with, instead of this regulation, we are going to do this alternative instead. So if the intent of this regulation was something similar to that, I could really understand why we would want some sort of additional approval, because we're saying, yes, instead of this general standard that we've already established, you can utilize this alternative. And if it's a new technology, we are then kind of approving that new technology to be used in lieu of the regulatory requirement or whatever other technologies would be used to meet that standard. Here, where that is not necessarily the case, that's not what I'm hearing from this conversation. I think in general, like allowing licensees the ability to utilize these new technologies could make sense. And then also just reserving our ability, just as it's contained under statute generally, to, if we identify that, yeah, this is actually having a negative or detrimental effect, then the executive director or the board could either regulate in that space, issue an administrative order or a guidance bulletin to say that we've identified that actually this is presenting a risk or this is not being approved for one reason or another. So I hope that maybe clarifies a little bit too, just how we're maybe thinking about some existing processes that we have that do have that approval step, and why this one being a little bit outside of that area is maybe causing a little bit of that confusion there as well.
Commissioner Concepcion, you want to follow up? Go ahead.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for that breakdown. That is the concern I had. I think that takes away my concerns, because I wanted to be certain that if there is a new technology that's utilized and we find out that that's harmful, this doesn't preclude us from issuing some sort of ban or restriction around that by removing that language. And from what I'm hearing, it doesn't. We'll still have that ability to do so if there's something that comes out and we find out later on down the road it's not it does cause some sort of harm to consumers or agents. So that's what I wanted to ensure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Orengo.
I kind of look at it like the requirements for the alarm system. So we have requirements for an alarm system that must meet regulatory requirements. They have to have a backup system, right? Now say, oh, would they decide they want to have a second backup, a third system we wouldn't stop them.
right? It's just an added layer of extra, right? So I think that's how I'm looking at it, like that. You know, they're meeting our requirements, they're meeting the requirement for the backup. And if they decide, well, I want a third one, then that's okay, because they're meeting the requirements. And so they're not replacing the negative air pressure system. They would just be, or the HIPAA filters, they're just adding an additional safety product to help suss out the secondhand smoke. So that's how I was looking at, like, the alarm system.
Okay, let me ask you, Commissioner, because then I think we can move along. Do you want to reread your proposed,
Yeah.
all right. I had some of it, and
I've said it
I'll give it a
three
shot.
times differently, three times.
Oh, good. That's what we need. Now, I think I have it, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500.14110E, the social consumption licensee shall update its operating procedures. Yeah, go ahead. I got us that far. Go ahead.
Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500.14110E, the social consumption establishment shall update its operating procedures when utilizing new consumption technologies to utilize in its indoor smoking consumption areas in order to limit secondhand smoke or vapor by consumers. I don't know if you want to put the word social consumption establishment twice in there.
I think you can strike it from,
Yeah. So I
I would strike for social consumption establishments to utilize the way you just
Yeah.
reworded it.
put it in the chat, Mike, too.
I just need the tail end of that. What I have right now is the notwithstanding language, then the social consumption establishment licensee shall update its standard operating procedures when utilizing.
New consumption technologies in its indoor smoking consumption areas in order to limit secondhand smoke or vapor by consumers.
A friendly amendment. I think we could just get rid of everything after vapor, because yeah, that's a given.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm happy to read the language that I have now. Notwithstanding 935 CMR 500.14110E, the social consumption establishment licensee shall update its standard operating procedures when utilizing new consumption technologies in its indoor smoking consumption areas in order to limit secondhand smoke or vapor.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, and I think the other key thing is so that it's clear, they need to also, would need to be pursuant, I think, with 120 subsection 5, that whenever they update their SOPs, we need to be informed.
Sure.
It's one of them, right? Mhm.
Mike?
I believe that that's already a given.
Yeah,
That's
but-
already established in the regs, and they would have to comply with that section.
Question is, do you want to reference it again?
Yeah, yes, Mike, I think it would be helpful to reference it, because if we don't do it for this license time and then they don't update us, then it will be hard for us to then be able to give them an NRD. To issue the NRD.
Okay, you're saying 127?
Yeah, 104 subsection 5.
Yeah.
Say that again. I believe it's 104 subsection 5. Mhm.
Notice the ED did not weigh in on any part of this conversation because we were talking about it, but
I was kind of excited to evaluate all this technology. I think it came out very nicely.
all right. All right, we'll move on to the next section 7, which is about waste disposal. Rachel, if you want to read that first. Sure, go ahead.
All right, at the bottom of 135, number 7, waste disposal. A, the social consumption establishment shall be responsible for ensuring consumers dispose of any unused marijuana or marijuana products prior to exiting the establishment B, the social consumption establishment shall provide customers with at least one locked receptacle in a consumption area for the disposal of the consumer's unattended, abandoned, or discarded marijuana or marijuana products. Marijuana establishment agents shall ensure that all marijuana and marijuana products are properly wasted in accordance with 935 CMR 500, 105-12. The locked receptacle shall be emptied and the marijuana and marijuana products shall be properly wasted no later than at the end of the day, each day, or when the receptacle is at capacity, whichever occurs first.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I guess my only question would be, what if it's still, like the product's still lit? Like, in other words, it's there's no like fire concerns anywhere by anybody if like a blunt is still lit, or I don't know what you saw in other places, how they, there's no ashtrays.
Oh, there are.
Oh, there are ashtrays? How do you block that then? They weren't locked. No. So that's my question, if something's still lit.
So this is talking about the consumption establishment shall provide at least one locked receptacle. So whether it's in an ashtray and they're walking around kind of picking it up at the end of the day or throughout the day, or if somebody wants to throw something away, that there's at least one locked receptacle for that stuff to be deposited and then for it to be wasted in accordance with our existing regs. But I don't know, Director, did you have your hand up? Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to respond to Commissioner Roy that this would be, even though we're citing the 105 subsection 12, so the existing waste regulations, our licensees now, obviously consumption isn't something that they're allowed to do. So it doesn't, that concern isn't
Not
a
covered.
concern.
That's right.
It's wasting return product, it's wasting raw product. So I think if that could potentially be something. Ashtrays, I don't know if the ashtray would need to be secured, but if there's residue, which there would be on an ashtray, that would fall kind of within our waste regulation. So I don't know if the board wanted to contemplate something that spoke to
How do
the
you extinguish
fire.
your product? If you're gotta go, gonna call, gonna run out, halfway done, I wanna take it, it's still lit. How do you extinguish, like you waste it in a receptacle that could have rolling papers in it? I'm just trying to.
Olivia has her hand up before me, but I wanted to respond to to ask Commissioner Camargo and Chair Stebbins. How are other jurisdictions doing this? Like, what's their best practices?
It's
So what piece of it?
All of it. How is this being done or
On
handled?
the waste or on the turning off of the?
Oh, the waste.
I will not answer the waste question right now, but I can get back to you.
Okay, so especially with the example given by Commissioner Roy, so if somebody has to get up and leave, I think it will be helpful to know.
You know, I'm thinking of past the turning off of the joint, whatever you want to call it, you know, but I'm thinking before that, not how it gets to the garbage, but from what I saw and conversations, it has been as folks who smoke, whether cigarettes or anything else, in the same way that one turns off a cigarette in an ashtray, and making sure as the agents that were present, making sure that it is, you know, off and safe. Now, from there to the garbage, I can't speak to that. But I would say the same way that people smoke cigarettes and turn them off, especially inside a social consumption place. You know, some folks smoke cigarettes and throw them on the sidewalk and hope that they turn off on their own. This is a little different inside of the social consumption lounge where, you know, there's a lot of security in terms of agents watching folks, the bud tenders and people, making sure that joints are off.
Before we go to Director Cobble, again, I look at this as trying to figure out how the social consumption establishment deals with waste, right? And it's trying to make that as similar to the existing processes that we already use. But if you go back and look at A, the social consumption establishment shall be responsible for ensuring consumers dispose of any unused marijuana or marijuana products prior to exiting the establishment. So that's either making, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, either making an ashtray available, but that's going to be on the, it's like, how are you going to make sure that somebody properly disposes of anything that they haven't used yet, that we know they could also, I don't know if they want to take a half smoke pre-roll with them or whatever, but they've got to be responsible for making sure that somebody properly disposes of any unused marijuana before they leave the establishment. Commissioner Roy.
I'm just looking at like in Las Vegas, they have joint snuffers. Gently and safely extinguishes it. Placing the lid end of your joint into the snuffer gently and safely extinguishes it. So it looks like this place in Vegas, they have joint snuffers or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go to Olivia on
I
that.
think Director Cobalt, she might have been ahead of me.
Yep, go ahead, Director.
Hi, thank you. My question is actually about subsection A, which I know is not a new amendment, it's from the previous regulations, but how are we enforcing this? Like, for example, I'm thinking edibles especially, I could always put a gummy in my pocket, are we contemplating pat downs? How would we be enforcing subsection A, especially speaking to edibles?
Under waste disposal. So quick clarification, this isn't about leaving with unconsumed product, right? We have guidelines for doing that. And Director, respectfully, we're not patting anybody down, right? We're looking, there's a requirement for the marijuana establishment licensee to watch and make sure no product has been brought in. But this is, again, A is requiring them to be responsible for ensuring that consumers dispose of any unused marijuana or marijuana products prior to exiting the establishment. So whether that's making an ashtray available, maybe we can get a little more descriptive under A as to what you want to see them required to have. But again, that's on them. We're dealing with B, which is any leftover waste. How does the licensee manage that waste? And again, wasting it in accordance with our existing kind of wasting guidelines.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Are you all set, Director?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, feel better.
I was just
Thanks.
clarifying that I think the point was disposing of any unused product was if you're not done with it there, that you put it in your pocket and leave, not for smoking, but for gummies. I think we did have that discussion at a previous meeting. And the only point I was going to make as well as it relates to B is that we also have a variety of different fire codes that we can pull up. Certainly it is not appropriate to put out anything lit into a garbage, and those fire codes exist. And so we could certainly probably find something to reference in that regard. And I think that probably what Commissioner Roy pulled up from Nevada is an example of what a business is offering to ensure that somebody has a way to do that. But ultimately, in any fire code scenario as well, it is put on the individual to say you cannot put something lit into a trash can. And therefore the business then has to give you a means to make sure that you are not putting something lit into it, which is where the snuffer comes in that scenario. An ashtray comes in as well. So, some of it may not, we may not want to be overly prescriptive with that regard, but the fire code, we want to make sure handles your concern, because certainly somebody cannot put something lit into a trash can.
So it's great having the local perspective. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, Commissioner Roy is I guess we can assume, but the ashtray and things like that is assumed do we need to see, do we need to see that in writing? In terms of like
Well, that's what I think we might, but I'm just
So we
wondering.
can't assume, but I mean, obviously, these places will have ashtrays. And proper staff to make sure that people are turning off their items. I see my hand.
Go ahead, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. These licensees will have to be compliant with all municipal ordinances, bylaws, as we reiterated before, including fire codes. So if there was an issue that the fire department saw, they would be flagging it and wouldn't allow them to go through the local permitting. So I just wanted to add that as a consideration.
I get, it's good context to have, I guess, if. Let me ask Guy this question. You're doing a final on-site inspection of a facility. You know there's going to be consumption going on. Is this a question that you would have for an SCE if you walked in, you saw no ashtrays, nothing for somebody to reasonably put their lit item out in? Would you ask them at that point, hey, what's your plan? You're supposed to be ensuring that your consumers, your customers can safely dispose of any unused product. I don't see an ashtray. I guess enforcement wise, how would you look at that?
Well, I think, would ask them, how is it being disposed? Like, how are customers disposing this, because obviously with smoking, sometimes you're not always gonna be able to smoke the whole.
Right.
I'm just gonna go with cigarettes. I'm not a smoker, but I've seen when people smoke cigarettes, they don't smoke the entire cigarette. Half of it is left, or some of it, a little bit of it is left. And I think, from the mandate that we currently have, we want to make sure that we're not opening doors whereby, because definitely we don't want any pet downs. That's completely out. We don't want it to have any room for people to then leave without half pre-roll, and then it ends up on the street and anybody can pick it up and stuff like that. So we'll definitely be asking of like, what are your practices, related to the disposal of whatever is left over? We'll be asking that question.
Commissioner.
Would it be possible to add something in here, maybe a new C, policies and procedures for extinguishing lit products?
Yeah, yes, we can. I think we can go that route. Yes.
Just add where it says properly wasted.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's your option to sort of be potentially more explicit as it relates to extinguishing. Is there any other scenario outside of extinguishing that we'd be concerned about for properly wasting? Because wasting is otherwise covered pretty clearly. It
Yeah,
is-
wasting.
it is specific to
It is.
to the fire element here for social consumption.
Like, Director Bukowski said, like, we never had a scenario where we had to worry about lit products, and now we do. So I think having just policies and procedures for extinguishing lit products would. Yeah, it could be an ashtray, if you want a stuffed joint snuffer, could be another.
Yeah. And I think, Commissioner, if I may, the language you just read from, is it Nevada, whichever,
Yeah.
that could help us too. I think we can mirror some of what they have in there to address that, because we're not gonna, what's gonna happen here, we're not going to be, for waste, we always look at logs. We're not gonna be asking for logs to say, okay, show us what you do for every customer that is. No.
Right.
But I think if they have something in place, especially with their SOPs or whatever, that just speaks to that in terms of disposal, then we'd know. That would be helpful, and also be helpful for us to know that they're not, in fact, there's we're not having an issue of sort of like diversion in some way, that now you have these agents that are picking it up and either putting it in their pockets or in a Ziploc bag and taking it home. I think it would just be helpful for us to have something that they can rely on, or that the team can rely on when we're doing our PPLIs, that they in fact, have a policy in place, and also too, it speaks to best practices, right?
Right.
I was gonna say,
Deputy GC, go ahead.
Commissioner Stubbs, can I just clarify?
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy, what you were reading, just to clarify for the public and for us, was from a casino.
It was like Planet 13. I don't know if that's a casino.
Okay. So just so that we're clear, just to make sure that's, I don't know what it was, I think it was Vegas. I don't know if it's the regs for Vegas or were you looking at something, but just that's, we can look at it later, but just in case.
Planet 13, Cannabis Store, Las Vegas.
You could send it or I can look at it. I'm done, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Deputy GC.
Thank you, Mr. AC. Just a comment, we could probably break out the second sentence here into a new provision because it is kind of a standalone. I've worked with enforcement counsel enough to know that that's a preferred practice here, so.
Okay.
And then also, I'm happy to work on language regarding creating an SOP around waste disposal, especially for anything that's lit. That would be under 141.2. And so I would advocate for putting that provision into that subsection. And Commissioner Roy, again, happy to work with you offline if you want to tweak the language with me.
Just if you don't mind, acting chair, I would say, again, this is not specific to cannabis either. We do have cigar lounges. We do have a variety of things where the fire marshal will tell you exactly how you want it written.
Okay. So we'll work and refine that language a little bit. Let's move on. I want to make sure we get the 140.110 and 140.111 because I have a feeling that's going to involve a considerable amount of discussion. But let's continue. There are a couple just, I think, formatting corrections that we make under 8. This is under incident reporting. There's a change under 8.3. Any instance involving the consumption of any marijuana or marijuana product in any area outside the designated consumption area. Again, that's all under incident reporting. Under 9 prohibitions, down to 9D, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500.0506A2. Deputy GC, do you just want to cover what that reference is for?
Multitasking, can you?
That's okay. Under 9 prohibitions, 9D, we make a reference. Yeah. Sure. 9 prohibitions, 9D, we make a reference to 935 CMR 500.050.
Yes, thank you for that. That is a provision I will be striking due to the removal of the MTC provisions.
Okay. Go ahead, Director. I mean, enforcement.
Thanks, Acting Chair. And this is actually, I'm sorry, Rachel, Mike, going back to subsection 8A, I just see a reference that we might need to correct. I don't know if you all have corrected it already. So this is just in the incident reporting section. It cites to 935 CMR 500.110 sub 8. It's actually sub 9. So I
have a note on what
I have that in the
red line.
Okay, it's already been corrected.
We should flag.
That's fine. Just wanted to make sure we didn't skip over it.
Thanks, Tim, for keeping me honest, not allowing us to skip over it. All right. 9G is just a re-lettering. And now let's move into 141.10, which is indoor smoking consumption area requirements. This is a big one. Deputy GC, or want to start reading, we'll take this in bits, but I don't know if there's any comments you wanted to offer.
So I think what we had done throughout the discussion so far in these meetings has been to hold off on some of the some of the provisions, and they ought to arise in this section. So this is indoor smoking consumption areas, everything that's required for it. And then the next section is outdoor smoking requirements. So obviously, if I've asked you to table something relative to those, now's the time to raise them. And again, just want to reiterate to the public that Chapter 180 had created a carve-out for our establishments to allow combustion smoke indoors in these establishments. And so that is something that has been amended, and these regulations reflect that carve out under the statute. So just wanted to, again, reiterate that as we're going into these, that new allowance wasn't there prior. And so that's why it's reflected in the way it is.
Okay. So with that overview, why don't we read 10A and B? We'll start there. We'll take this in bites.
Okay, thank you. We are on page 137 now. 10, indoor smoking consumption area requirements. A, the prohibition on smoking of tobacco indoors cannot be waived. And B, social consumption establishments shall not allow combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products indoors unless expressly permitted by the commission in an authorized indoor smoking consumption area.
Any questions on A and B? Okay, why don't you read C and D?
C, access to indoor smoking consumption areas are restricted to consumers and agents aged 21 or older. D, marijuana establishment agents shall receive adequate personal protective equipment and shall provide options to agents to view the indoor smoking consumption areas in a smoke-free and vapor-free area.
Good question. I think at the end of C, agents age, I think we could strike and agents, right? Not going to have an agent who's under the age of 21. It's like a big B. Go ahead, Enforcement Counsel.
Acting Chair, thank you. I just wanted to identify that I do think that some of these the concepts or the what we're getting at in these regulations, they are very similar to regulations that are contained early in our regulations that we had very robust conversations on. So I know that the legal department's going to go through and provide kind of a new draft with incorporating all of the revisions that we've been discussing. So I am just want to highlight that some of these are very similar, and I think that we would appreciate kind of some of those edits that were discussed earlier then being carried over here just for consistency's sake as we're talking about it. I think I have a recollection of the term aerosolization, and then also related to providing options to view the smoking in a smoke-free, vapor-free area. I don't recall specifically what those revisions were, but I know that we discussed them previously. So I imagine that those edits will kind of be incorporated in here as they make sense as well.
Good point. Thank you, Enforcement Counsel. Right?
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
I would say that the majority of the discussion beforehand was leading up to this one, where we really should keep it. I understand keeping it consistent. We're definitely going to attempt to do that in the redraft, but this will dictate the rest of the draft and how it reads, because this is the express language with that is very prescriptive. So again, depending upon how this conversation goes, I will reflect it back onto the others, because the others are really SOPs pertaining to this provision. So that's why I was trying to guide the conversation to here beforehand.
Acting Chair, if I may.
Of course.
Thank you. And thanks for that, Mike. I understand absolutely why you're kind of focusing on this area as opposed to the SOP section. I guess just because it has been roughly a month and a half since we had that last conversation, do we have notes that we could kind of refresh the group's recollection in terms of what we were discussing in those areas.
Yes, if we could take a break, I'll go back through the document and obtain them for the specific area, because I think to council's point, we had discussed an enclosed area and amended the language to fit within what I think I&E felt more comfortable with. I, again, will reflect that in the new draft, but I'll go back just so for the conversation, if we can take a couple minute break, I'll just go back and look at what that express language is. I'm lagging a little bit because of the volume of this document. So I would hesitate to do that right now, but absolutely we'll keep it consistent.
What? Yeah, what, you need 5 minutes?
Sure.
Let's take a 5-minute break till come back at 2:30. next episode of helpful health techniques. Like Commissioner Roy. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. Deputy GC, we took a break so you could just compare our previous notes, and you also wanted to address the issue of adequate PPE.
So yes, I have a pin for myself for the PPE discussion from before, so I'd like to also table that language here and figure out how best to fit that in.
Yeah, you wanna
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
did you see, you and I were supposed to huddle up on that, around the PPE. But in my research that I've done, it's N95 masks. There's no, according to, Centers for Disease Control, NIH, there's no safe level of secondhand smoke at all. But the only mask the best mask to mitigate the secondhand smoke, if that's the concern, is that's why we have, I'm assuming that's why the PPE was put in there, is the N95.
Yes, so if you want to try to wordsmith that now, we can, or we could do it offline, submit it for the next draft.
Is that the only sentence that we have to deal with around the PPE?
Mr. Acting Chair, we also need to amend the smoke-free, vapor-free area to be consistent with the enclosed space language that we used before. And again, if you want to keep moving through this, I'm happy to just take that offline and amend them.
I thank you, Commissioner Roy, for doing the homework on the mask. I guess in regs, I'd like to find a way for us to be a little less prescriptive. Because I don't want, N95 may work now, but a year from now, somebody comes out with a better mousetrap. I don't want us to have to go back and change our regs. Could we say marijuana establishment agents shall receive adequate personal protective equipment as prescribed by the commission? Chief, go ahead if you have a thought.
Yeah, I think it's prescribed or pursuant to the CDC, because they are the ones that really have oversight. Whichever agency that has oversight on that, I think would make sense to, so that they can stay up to date. Like you said, it changes all the time. It might be N95 now, but it might change based on CDC requirements.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Want me to go to DGC or do you want to?
They have the answer.
Okay. DGC, go.
I was just going to say that I don't think that the CDC would opine on what would be the best mask to use at each of our locations. So I don't know if they'll ever speak to that.
Just say there's no safe level of secondhand smoke is what they all say that.
Yes.
Let me check something real quick in terms of when it comes to N95s and all that, the PPE. Do we, rely on the CDC or do we rely on, does that come from the Board of Health? Give me a second.
So if I could, just as it relates to that, and we had to make changes at the local level during COVID, which was you can set an acceptable level, and then there's a preferred PPE, which they define as N95 or higher respirator. And so in certain instances, they would define whether or not they would allow something other than the preferred PPE. So the CDC does sort of differentiate in those instances, but again, that was related to a specific instance. They were providing documentation for that. I don't think they would have a recommendation for the type of mask if they're saying that there is no safe limit, but go ahead.
Overseen by OSHA. It just came in, yeah. So OSHA is the one that, has oversight on PPE stuff.
Okay.
Oh, should we put OSHA certified PPE?
Right. I think that would be helpful. Because also the other thing that works for us here, we do have a relationship with OSHA, so that if there's any updates or anything like that, they can always be able to provide us with those updates. And not only that, when they do their own inspections related to with their licenses related to any OSHA violations, they can always be able to provide them with those updates too.
Mr. Item Chair.
Go ahead, Deputy Jason.
If I understood what you were saying, with the agency that oversees it, I knew what you were saying relative to OSHA, but I'm to reiterate my point from that comment. OSHA, I don't think would opine on our license types and what is required for each license type. So that's why I'm thinking we would need to go kind of over and above that to expressly write what PPE should be required for a cultivator or for a social consumption establishment. So I think that is a part of a larger conversation, but I just wanted to kind of clarify that piece.
Commissioner.
I was going to ask for clarification around the word adequate, because when I first read adequate, I thought it meant, let's say OSHA certified a certain standard of, but adequate could also mean I give every registered agent 5 masks. Like, is it an adequate number? Is it adequate? What does adequate mean? Style, like amount?
Chief.
I'm also relying on a specific investigation that we worked on when it came to the PPE stuff. OSHA was very involved in that as well. They were.
Yeah.
They were very involved, and they are the ones who actually went in there and had to do the checks and balances related to the PPEs. And I think maybe, we can do a little bit more, because we do have a point of contacts there at OSHA, that we can talk to and see, what they suggest, and then maybe revise the language after we have the conversation with them.
I'm okay with that. Obviously, we, through mutual investigations, we developed a good relationship with OSHA. I would leave a little space that if OSHA says we can make a suggestion, but we can't enforce it because of federal prohibition and what we're talking about, that maybe the language reflects discretion on our behalf in consultation with OSHA. Okay. So we have some work to do on D. All right. You want to read, unless there are other questions, you want to read E?
Thank you. All right. E, indoor smoking consumption areas. Shall one be equipped with a high efficiency particulate air filtration system or an equivalent system capable of handling the entire volume of air within the room? 2, maintain a negative air pressure. 3, comply with ventilation standards, including a minimum air exchange rate of 15 air changes per hour. 4, exhaust air directly to the outdoors in compliance with all applicable building and fire codes and environmental regulations. And 5, stop the consumption of marijuana or marijuana products in the indoor smoking consumption area if the filtration system fails or stops functioning properly, and until the filtration system is restored to its original approved and permitted functions. Any failure of the indoor smoking consumption area's filtration system shall be immediately reported to the commission, as well as the actions that will be taken to fix the filtration system. Combustion, heat, vaporization, and aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products in an indoor smoking consumption area shall not resume until the social consumption establishment provides notice to the commission that the filtration system has been repaired and functioning properly.
Okay. Horseman Council, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'm just noticing that this requires notice to the commission once the filtration system is restored. However, I just wanted to identify about or inquire rather as to what is the notice requirement when it stops functioning or when it breaks down. In essence, I imagine that the intent here is that it is as soon as possible they notify the commission. But I just don't know if that is specifically identified somewhere else.
So you're talking about that last portion?
Yeah, in essence.
Then my ventilator breaks down. I shut down all activity. I get it fixed. It's a Saturday evening. You're telling me the way this reads, you wouldn't be able to reopen for business until you talked or spoken to somebody at the commission.
Yeah, and not even just that too, it's more so if they're required to provide us notice when it is repaired. I feel that they should also provide us notice when it is broken down. In essence, they should tell us it's broken down and then they can update us to say it's back operational again. Just noting that if we're just getting, if Director Bikoski's team is just getting notifications saying, hey, our filtration system is back up and running, that they weren't necessarily aware that it was broken down in the first place. So either incorporating that into the incident reporting requirements under 110 sub 9, or in this section, I think that would just be helpful to kind of clarify that expectation.
So the second sentence, just for clarification, it says any failure of the filtration system shall be reported immediately to the commission, as well as the action taken to fix the filtration system.
I missed that section, so thank you. I apologize for skipping past that. I just noticed the top part saying that it should be if it fails that they must stop all indoor smoking. So excuse me, I apparently skipped over those couple sentences right there, or a couple lines right there.
No worries. I am thinking through that last sentence though, but Director Enos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I just want to get some clarity. So E1 through 4 seem to be like physical devices or specifications, regarding the air filtration itself. But 5 for stopping the consumption of the products if that goes down. I just want to clarify, the stopping of the actual consumption would fall upon the agents themselves, or are we talking upon something here where the system would have some automatic procedure in there to stop it? I just want to clarify that 1 through 4 are physical features of the filtration system itself, but 5 would require the agents to stop the consumption if the filtration system is broken or is not working correctly. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that distinction between 5 and 1 through 4.
I think you're making that distinction correctly. I'm wondering if we shouldn't break out 5 into a letter F, because it's not related to the system itself. It's more to a procedure to take place if the system goes down. You okay with that? All right. We'll break that out into a new letter F. Again, I'm still looking at that last sentence. I'm just mindful of, I fixed my system, but I can't resume indoor smoking until the commission has been notified. Again, I'm thinking of weekend use when they're gonna, don't want to hold anybody up while they're like, oh, I can't call the commission until Monday morning. I mean, we can give Catherine's number 24/7, but I don't think that's what she wants either.
No.
Go ahead, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. I was actually going to bring that up and say immediately, yeah, so weekends, we have to keep that in mind that if they do notify us on the weekend, because we've seen when we log on Monday, we do get incident reports for stuff that happened on over the weekend. So pretty much will be handled the same way, that immediately as soon as it happens, but with the understanding that on weekends, they're probably not going to be able to get a response from any commission staff until Monday.
Go ahead, Deputy GC.
Thank you. So they could technically email us and provide us notice over the weekend, and when we see it on Monday, that's fine. It's not us approving it in this instance, it's just providing notice. So we're not going in and approving. I think I had this discussion with staff beforehand where if we were required approval, you would again have to almost be an HVAC technician here to approve that it's functioning properly. So we will leave that up to the engineers, and ensure that they provide us notice. And again, if we find out on the back end that that anything is, not properly functioning, and then they essentially say that it is, then there's obviously a hook there for enforcement. So I think it's adequate, but,
We are fine with it because it does say that it should include, actions that will be taken to remedy the issue. So as long as they provide us with notification as soon as it happens, we just stand it, because we already deal with that anyways. The incidents that happen over the weekend, and when we don't respond to them until we get to them, right? So it'll be the same thing here, but they just need to ensure that they provide us with information in terms of all the action that'll be taken to fix the issue.
I would just, for context, and again, we're making edits to this. I would just write it to read combustion, heat, vaporization, and aerosolization of marijuana products in an indoor smoking consumption area may resume once the filtration system has been repaired and functioning properly and shall provide notice to the commission.
can you please repeat that, Mr. Acting Chair?
Sure. Combustion, heat, vaporization, and aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products in an indoor smoking consumption area may resume once the filtration system has been repaired and functioning properly, and the social consumption establishment shall provide notice to the commission. It allows them to restart the consumption activity going on once it has been repaired and is functioning properly, and then we all get a notice, again, similar to the methods we've been talking about, that we're notified eventually. System went down, we feel we fixed it, we're letting you know. Enforcement Council, how would that work?
Thanks, Acting Chair. I think that would work. Just offer a friendly suggestion on this, just to kind of keep the like things with like things here. So if we're breaking out 5 into a new sub F here, which I agree with as well. I think how we could organize this is to essentially say any failure of the filtration system shall be immediately reported to the commission, as well as the actions taken to fix the filtration system. New sentence, the licensee shall notify the commission once the filtration system has been fixed or repaired. Then new sentence, combustion, heat, etc., may resume once the filtration system has been repaired. So we're saying if it breaks down, you need to notify us. You must notify us when it is fixed. Once it is fixed, you can resume smoking or combustion in that space. So kind of those 3 separate ideas cascading 1, 2, 3.
I agree with that. I guess it's a matter of semantics. In order, it's like fix it first, start it up again, then notify us. Or do you want the notification, even though it may not be a notification that we see for a period of time?
Yeah, I think it just the suggestion that you were proposing to, I think our understanding is the same, and as Chief Jones said, we wouldn't necessarily need to approve that acknowledgement or anything like that. It's really just providing us with notice that yes, it broke, now it is fixed, which is just useful for us. That is, say there was an unannounced inspection one day, our investigators actually go out on site and they realize that, okay, this filtration system isn't working. At least we have notice of that. But yeah, I just, in terms of kind of including multiple requirements in the same sentence or something along those lines, it just can tend to get confusing. So if we're saying you can resume, also you have to notify us, okay, this would just be kind of separating it out. But I agree with you. I think we're just kind of taking 2 different approaches to get to the same conclusion.
Let's go ahead. I like the idea, but I think it's important, not a big long paragraph, but FB 1, 2, and 3. This is what you need to do. So we'll need to rewrite that section. I'm sorry.
I haven't fully captured the amendment here, and so.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Acting Chair, can I work with you?
I think it's language we need to play with, but I think Enforcement Council is right. Notify us when the system breaks. It's maybe fourfold. Stop the activity when the system fails. Notify us the system fails. Fix it, and you can come back online with the system and the activities. And then a fourth element of that is inform the commission that you fixed it and turned it back on. And we'll find language that incorporates all those steps without making it a big bulky paragraph like we have it written now. You're okay? Oh.
Yeah, this is reminding me quite a bit of what we dealt with at the local level too, as it related to odor mitigation. So, what the building inspector would go quite a bit, would usually be responding sometimes to complaints over the weekend. And, the reality is they have to continue to operate. They try to fix the system as quickly as possible. They notify us. And so, I think these types of things happen similarly outside of just the social consumption space. So, but I think it is good to expressly state that somebody can continue operations if they get their system fixed over the weekend.
Okay. All right. So we have some work to do on what, and thank you, Director. We should pull that out of the system requirement description of it. Okay. Let's move down to 141.11, which is outdoor smoking area requirements.
Right, we're moving on to page 138, 11 outdoor smoking consumption area requirements. A, an outdoor smoking consumption area shall be open to the air at all times. The outdoor smoking consumption area shall be required to have a thorough, unobstructed circulation of outside air to all parts of the outdoor smoking consumption area. This requirement shall be presumed to be met if 1, the outdoor smoking consumption area has a ceiling in at least half of the total surface area of the walls and other vertical boundaries of the space permit unobstructed flow of outside air into the space. 2, the outdoor smoking consumption area has no ceiling and no more than 2 walls or other impermeable barriers or other vertical boundaries of the space that obstructed the flow of air into the area exceeding 8 feet in height. And 3, the outdoor smoking consumption area is compliant with all fire codes.
Deputy GC, go ahead, and then Enforcement Council.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair and Rachel for reading that. Some of what we pulled this language from might seem unfamiliar for folks, but we're pulling this from 105 CMR 661.000. So that's DPH regulations pertaining to smoking. And specifically, subsection 661.200 is smoking in outdoor spaces. So the language here is prescriptive to what is included here for outdoor spaces. And so we try to keep that language consistent and not recreate the wheel there. But that's why it's so prescriptive in A1 and 2 here. So we're trying to keep that language consistent.
Enforcement Council, go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Chair. This is just a minor edit here, but could we strike the word thorough? I'm not entirely sure if we necessarily need to have a thorough unobstructed circulation of air. I don't know how that's different than just an unobstructed circulation. I don't know how we're measuring or quantifying what a thorough unobstructed airflow would be versus just unobstructed airflow.
So back under A, shall be required to have thorough, and you're just saying strike thorough and leave unobstructed circulation of outside.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't want us to try to assess, is this thorough enough? I think just unobstructed
Okay.
is sufficient.
WGC, you're after everything comes up.
If I may answer.
Go ahead, Chief.
But then it goes on to show us, the requirements that will be used to actually meet what's articulated above. This requirement shall be presumed to be met if, and then it outlines what those things will be.
Yeah, and to that point, Chief, I mean, if we are using 1, 2, and 3 underneath to identify, yes, you have met this, or no, you have not met this, I would also ask that we just strike presume to have met on there, because if we're adding this as a presumption of meeting this requirement, if we want to establish these are the 3 criteria that we're going to assess whether you've met this regulatory requirement, I would, from an enforceability perspective, if this is talking about a presumption of having met a requirement, I think if we wanted to actually set some standards to say that you need to have a certain ceiling height, or there is no ceiling, I think that would make sense. The other piece, as well as I'm reading through here.
Let me stop you right there. So, suggestion is at the end of A, this requirement shall be presumed to be met if you're saying strike the presume to.
Yes, I think that would suffice here. Essentially, if we're saying if you meet 1, 2, and 3, then you have met this requirement, as opposed to kind of characterizing it or couching it as a presumption. The other piece too is, as just I'm reading through this again as well. These 3 are linked by an and the number 1 is saying if the outdoor smoking area has a ceiling, and identifies kind of at least half of the total surface area shall permit unobstructed. And then the second one is saying the outdoor smoke, if this outdoor smoking area has no ceiling, and then we're linking these by an and. So if these are intended to be kind of 3 separate criteria, then I believe we should be linking those by an or. If a licensee is expected to comply with all 3 of these, then that would be an and. Just they can't comply with having a ceiling and not having a ceiling necessarily, unless we're talking about different areas within that. Yeah, yeah, like the Superdome or something. Yeah, but so just I understand the intent of this, and I largely agree with it. I'm just trying to look for tweaks to make it more clear in certain areas, and just make sure that our compliance standard is well articulated, so that it's not confusing on the part of the licensees, or the part of the staff, and the part of the public, et cetera.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, do you want to join 1 and 2 with an or after 1? But I think
Right.
and at the end of 2 would say you still need to comply with all fire codes. So it's 1 or 2 and 3.
We would always want the.
Right.
I think just a friendly note to that, we could actually kick out 3 to being a new B, and I think it would still capture everything that we discussed right there and be less confusing.
What do you want to, I'm sorry.
Just put an or after space in 1, and a period after height, and then kick out 3 as it's written to be the new B.
Right, the and.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. That moves the lettering on everything else down.
Mr. Acting Chair, one other amendment that I'd like to make here too is, I think this expressly says the outdoor smoking consumption areas comply with all fire codes, whereas the indoor smoking isn't. And in light of the discussion that we had just had in indoor smoking, I'd advocate for including that express provision above as well. So in the section above, we could tack on the indoor smoking consumption areas complying with all fire codes. Again, I think that that's already redundant, but if we're having it here expressly, we should have it up there expressly.
I think it's okay to put them both places, but
I was gonna recommend, or you combine them. Any indoor or outdoor smoking consumption areas shall be compliant with all fire codes.
Mr. Acting Chair, we are just in the section we are in is outdoor smoking.
Right.
So that's why.
I'm thinking, I'm sorry, the roof. So that's, I mean, yeah, okay. I was getting confused with the roof.
I hear your suggestion. You want to put the indoor smoke, you want language that says the indoor smoking consumption areas comply with all fire codes back under 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
I just add that I know we were joking a little bit about the retractable roof and all that. There's a lot of structures that kind of are going to be up to the municipality that had
I know
shells.
of a spot in downtown Boston already that has a retractable.
There's a lot of structures that fall in the ore here, so it will come down to people's measuring and the half of the surface area and all that.
Yeah.
Mr. Acting Chair, that's further to the point why we want to keep it consistent with the current structure as smoking in outdoor spaces is already contemplated. So again, that's why we did it that way. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think so. B is now the new C. Do you want to pick up there?
Thank you. All right, so new C, an outdoor smoking consumption area shall not pose an unacceptable risk to public safety, public health, safety, or welfare greater than if consumption were to occur indoors as determined by the commission. Consumption shall not be visible from a public place. Marijuana establishment agent shall receive adequate personal protective equipment and shall provide options to agents to view the outdoor smoking consumption areas in a smoke-free and vapor-free area. Outdoor smoking consumption areas shall, 1, be clearly marked with appropriate signage, 2, be physically separated from a non-smoking areas accessible to minors, 3, be regularly cleaned and maintained to minimize waste, odor, diversion of marijuana and marijuana products, and 4, be monitored to prevent the unlawful consumption or unlawful transfer of marijuana or marijuana products.
Okay, let's stop right there. Commissioner Roy.
How would D work? The new D, consumption shall not be visible from a public place for the, what's it, the Lawrence? Is that fair, Phil likes? Lowell Fair. So if they have a tent and it's near the road, like how is this applicable for that scenario?
Screening it.
Deputy, do you see it? I see you have your hand up, Director. I'll go to you next.
So under statute, we're not allowed to have sales, cultivation, etc. be seen in a public place.
That's right.
This would be, kind of in furtherance of that intent, but it is a policy choice. That's what I'm getting to. So it's not a statutory requirement here, unlike the others. So I think that the working group landed here because we wouldn't want, children on the street to see consumption occurring in these events or in these spaces.
Just asking how it's enforceable, and that's a Lowell Fair.
You could do something along the line we could do something along the lines of like putting up a fence or something like that. I know it would be difficult, but that is a consideration for you all to make.
Give an example. So in my mind, as I'm reading that, it would be when we were talking about a rope earlier or a tent. A tent would block visibility from consumption and a rope would not.
But then you have to have so much of it open for the smoke to.
Yes. Wouldn't that take care of that?
I want to go to Director Coble and then back to the Director.
If I may, actually, mine is exactly in line with Commissioner Roy's question because I was looking at 11A subsection 2, which says, no more than 2 walls or other impermeable barriers. So I was trying to envision or like seeking clarification on how that would look like if you can only have 2 impermeable barriers, but then the other 2 sections are presumably air needs to flow. So I'm trying to, I guess, understand how would that work where people wouldn't be able to see in, but air could flow. Yeah, so I guess my question is right aligned with Commissioner Reese.
I would imagine it largely relies on fencing and a case-by-case basis on how that looks.
Right, because I
Council.
mean, but I'm thinking like a chain link fence, like people could see through that, like, yeah, air would be able to flow, but then if you put like, I mean, I guess it depends on what do we consider impermeable? Because if we put like you know, those fences that are just a big plank, like that's kind of could be considered like a wall. So I guess that's where my confusion was. Thank you, though.
Horseman Council.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And picking up what Director Coble is on what Director Coble is identifying too. Really, we're identifying impermeable barriers, which I appreciate the intent behind that as well. And I think that's partially because we're from our perspective, when we were looking at this, we were seeing, okay, walls, what sort of walls are these supposed to be? Could it be a half wall? Does it have to be a full wall? But when we're talking about impermeable barriers, and particularly as we're talking about the visibility requirement here, I'm thinking of like a chain link fence with privacy screening on it. That is not an impermeable barrier. That is a permeable surface. Smoke, air can flow through that, which I understand we would want in this circumstance, but we also seem to not want that in the same respect, where if smoke is kind of passing back and forth through that. So when we're talking about impermeable barriers and when we're assessing compliance with these regulations, an impermeable barrier would be one where that cannot flow back and forth through it. So that may present some difficulties in terms of ensuring compliance and also with our licensees actually complying with these regulations.
So try to say two things. Let the smoke be permeable, make the fence be impermeable so people can't see. So I just don't know how that's enforceable.
Deputy GC, go ahead.
So do you want to strike that provision?
Which one are you suggesting?
Are you, Commissioner Roy, are you seeking to strike D or are you looking to amend above?
Pose the question because I don't understand how it's enforceable. And I think other folks have the same question. And so I don't know what the remedy is at this point. I mean, I understand, youth prevention and, that's a strong advocate of that. So I understand the intent of why that's there and I agree with the intent of why it's there. I'm just trying to figure out how it's enforceable, how it's doable.
I think it's fair to say, in the context of this discussion, there's a little bleed over from the supplemental and the hospitality license type, which are likely more brick and mortar facilities. Then it bleeds into the marijuana event organizer license, where I think to your point, the establishment, the space is more temporary.
Mm.
So I think as we look at the marijuana, every time I read this, I'm thinking of the hospitality space that wants to allow outdoor smoking. That's a brick and mortar facility.
Right, but that's doable.
And that's doable.
Definitely.
I think as we look at the marijuana event organizer and we come back to that, a lot of policy discussions around that, I think we'll have to have that conversation about, do we want to see that consumption activity? And is it, combustible consumption that you want to see? Or is it okay for me to be in a public consumption area and I'm having a beverage?
So do we leave it and just add for supplemental in hospitality?
I think we can just put a pin on it right now. But again, that was kind of the way I was envisioning it, but I hear the temporary nature of this. ED, go ahead.
I was just pointing out, it does come up quite a bit as well in terms of screening, which communities want to see in larger context quite a bit. So the reality is that there are ways, and some of the fencing that was discussed is what I'm referring to. There's very expensive ways to meet the screening so that people can't see in and stay in compliance. And the reality is a lot of those would probably be not feasible for most people financially to meet in certain scenarios. So I think you just wanted to determine, is it worth always being able to block line of sight with the burden that you might be placing on somebody to try to comply. But screening comes up quite a bit and is usually an expectation in communities in various scenarios. So I think you're asking the right questions.
Thank you. And I think I know what you mean, like say black mesh screening. I've seen that before. Yeah, which is ideal, right?
So much more expensive than you would think it would be.
Okay.
But yes, it is, and it exists, and it's often, requested or required in certain scenarios. So the solutions exist.
You know, it's like from a municipal perspective, what are some of the scenarios where you require that?
Yeah, it's usually event-based. It's usually to mitigate impacts to neighbors in certain scenarios for events, not always requiring alcohol. Sometimes it's just in requesting something that's sort of outside the norm. How are we going to mitigate the impact if we know neighbors might be upset? We're going to require screening. It comes up quite a bit. Construction sites for a long-term period of time, it is more cost to them to go through our request, but we require them to do it. And screening is a big thing as well with our existing regs, right? We had a business in Holliston that was a line of sight to a pediatric facility, and so the board was in favor of the business going in, but did not want any visibility from the pediatric place to the landing, the loading zone, and so they put up screening in the trees and the permitting. So screening comes up quite a bit, and there's a variety of different ways to do it. And so it's the fencing and some of the examples we talked about. They do get expensive, and so you just have to consider that might impact somebody's business model.
But you also might have an opportunity. You might also have a case of a existing property that already has the proper fencing up. I'm thinking of a fairgrounds or something like that, which has proper fencing out with some element of screening that could allow for outdoor consumption that some of you may not be able to see already. I mean, so you're going to have temporary nature event. You might have a facility that isn't necessarily temporary in nature, but has a lot of those elements that would allow it to comply with that. So, Commissioner, glad you raised the question. I have been thinking about it in terms of outdoor smoking for something that's more brick and mortar related and not temporary nature. So, go ahead.
Edie, do you have language that you could find from municipal role, municipal government that would translate here about the screening? Was that like in ordinances and bylaws or?
We do have, there's probably a lot of language we can pull. I'll certainly try to do that. I think as I'm looking at this and I'm saying, just your questions are probably more around the financial feasibility to require somebody to do it than it is around, right? I think the impermeable material that we were talking about earlier, and then they're not always going to line up. And so it might be that you're asking somebody to comply on the impermeable requirement, and then at the same point, additionally add screening was really where I was going with it. But we can definitely pull regs as it relates to screening. There's a lot of language like that from a municipal perspective. And then, I think some of those facilities, what you have to think about too, if you're trying to negate all line of sight, right? And you have a fairgrounds facility that has a higher ground above it. I mean, somebody's going to be able to see through, right? So if you're trying to remove all line of sight, the pediatric example is really more like just the comings and goings. They're unmarked vehicles, all these things, but we don't want them to be able to see the facility at all. So you're going to put up astrovites or whatever those trees are called that are generally arborvitaes, thank you. As those are generally, that's what we do is screening, permanent screening versus temporary screening.
That's right.
There's a lot of language around that for municipalities, so we can certainly pull.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy GC, go ahead.
Okay, so to summarize, we will pin this language here until we revisit marijuana event organizer and potentially amend. We could create a carve out there for the event organizer if it's appropriate.
I'm thinking.
But okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to capture what I heard.
You captured it correctly. All right. I think we read what would be the new E? Did we do that one?
Can we actually go back? So we had done the fire code provision for B, and then I think we're on C, and I also just want to reiterate that this was language that was included before under the outdoor smoking waiver section, but it was stricken to kind of be recreated under this new subsection. So this isn't my language specifically. This is, again, included from the prior draft, although it doesn't necessarily reflect that in the redlining.
Right, so the outdoor smoking consumption area shall not pose unacceptable risk. That is now the new letter C. D is the new D is the item we were just discussing. New E reads is the marijuana establishment. Again, this is section that we want to go back and make sure is consistent with what the indoor smoking section would say with respect to PPE. So the new letter F, which begins, I'll let you pick that up, Rachel, begins with the outdoor smoking consumption area shall.
Thank you. Outdoor smoking consumption areas shall, 1, be clearly marked with appropriate signage. 2, be physically separated from non-smoking areas and areas accessible to minors. 3, be regularly cleaned and maintained to minimize waste, odor, diversion of marijuana and marijuana products. And 4, be monitored to prevent the unlawful consumption or unlawful transfer of marijuana or marijuana products.
Okay, want to continue with the new letter G.
Yes, new letter G, reasonable efforts are made to mitigate smoke migration to indoor locations. And then the new H, if an outdoor smoking consumption area has removable elements such as ceilings, walls, or other impermeable barriers or windows that impede the free flow of outside air, the consumption area shall be considered an indoor smoking consumption area for the purposes of compliance with 935 CMR 500, 14110, when the removable elements are in place.
Questions, new lettered F, G, and H. Director Enos, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Acting Chair. Just looking for some clarity on G. Can we just kind of go over that? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. So if there are removable elements, I'm just looking for some additional clarity on G, just from my understanding. Maybe Deputy Attorney Counsel, if you can.
Sorry, multitasking.
I'm just looking for a situation where this would arise. I'm just trying to
Yes.
visualize this.
Mr. Acting Chair, if I may. So I have it as H right now, but I think under your version, it might still be G. So this is if in outdoor smoking consumption area, that paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, so that one, if these removable elements, you can imagine like some bars and restaurants have windows that take up the entirety of the wall. And when they open them up, you could say that that's outdoor. Or some, especially when it comes to COVID, indoor and outdoor patios, you can imagine that structure is, or to use the wording here, removable elements are, you could see how they are so structured as to actually being an indoor smoke and consumption area. If you close those big wall windows, then that's now actually functionally an indoor smoking consumption area. So I think that's what this provision is trying to capture, is that patio where those big windows are open most of the time. Again, I probably didn't articulate that super well, but that's the consideration for this provision.
Oh, no, thank you. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Good question. Okay. Seeing no other questions or thoughts on 14111, Deputy GC, I'm looking at some of the additional edits language that we have going for the next few pages with just incorporating the term a social consumption establishment.
Maybe we're finished.
Yeah. 500, 145.
The next amendment that I have is on page 136, excuse me, of the red line version, I think, bottom right-hand corner.
Sorry, could you repeat that where you are?
Is it at 500, 145?
Sorry, 139.
Not 500, 145 to.
Yeah, we have a number of places where you're incorporating a social consumption establishment.
You want to just acknowledge those, Commissioner, and move from them, or how do you want to do that?
I just want to, I'm okay with doing that. I just want to make sure Deputy GC is in the same place we are.
Yes, thank you. And again, these are the majority of the remainder of amendments are technical in nature. This one is actually more substantive than the others, but this says, and this is a policy matter for you all to decide, but that marijuana couriers, and then subsequent to that, we'll get into delivery operators in a similar way, that they can obtain product from social consumption establishments to deliver. So that's what is being considered in these series of amendments here.
That's really the last big policy topic of the region, right?
So this is under 145. Additional operational requirements for delivery of marijuana, marijuana products, marijuana accessories, marijuana establishment branded goods to consumers and is permitted to patients or caregivers. So you're rolling in, walk through that.
Yeah, of course. Where ultimately, where can our delivery operators obtain product from to give to consumers? Can they obtain them from social consumption establishments in addition to retailers or others? So E is courier, F is delivery operator, and so again, a similar allowance is there for these delivery operators to obtain their product from our SCEs.
So it's expansion from where delivery or delivery courier can get product from, and you're rolling in a social consumption establishment into all of those as a resource.
That's correct.
Director, go ahead.
Thank you. Just curious at the intention of that. Obviously, I understand opening up avenues for licensees to get product, but again, if social consumption establishments are for the purpose of consuming the product on site, I'm just curious on the intention of allowing couriers to pick up product from them in addition to our other licensees. Is it like a supply concern? I'm just curious to kind of get the intention behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the point. Ultimately, the social consumption establishments might have products that are in a form that is not sold at retail. And so, again, this is a part of the board's consideration here, whether they want to include social consumption establishments in where licensees can obtain their product from to deliver to consumers. But that's a great point.
I think Director Enos brings up a good point, which is our definition of social consumption establishment. It's got to be purchased and consumed on site. So I would feel comfortable striking it as a place where you can pick up and have product delivered from. If that's the policy question you're putting to us, okay?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Thanks. But I understood the Deputy GC's point to be social consumption site, maybe infusing it with food, and then you're getting a food delivery rather than consuming on site. Is that what the point was? Because that would be not something that you could get, that a delivery operator could pick up at a retail store. They'd only be able to pick it up at that social consumption site. That would be a theoretic scenario where now you're an Uber Eats. So that's just, I hadn't thought about that.
Sure, I guess the working group was considering that social consumption establishments might have some form of consumption that would not be sold at retail, and so consumers couldn't get it delivered to them because it's only sold at a social consumption establishment in that form or manner. And again, this is a policy consideration, so however the board wants to do that, but I also just want to be cautious with when we say infused food. You know, we have a bright red line with DPH, and I ought to reiterate that we can't cross that threshold under DPH jurisdiction and local boards of health jurisdiction. So, you know, it really doesn't matter what the product that we're talking about is, but there is some product that might be in a form of consumption that is not sold at retail. And so I think that was the working group's consideration here.
Yeah, I do recall the discussion. I do recall the conversation. I'm thinking of it again in those terms. You're right, there may be those unique items, but part of me, if I'm somebody who's got a brick and mortar establishment that I'm paying for, I probably want to drive foot traffic as opposed to allowing for the delivery. And again, I go back to Director Enos's point about it may conflict with how we define social consumption. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. And just to add to the Executive Director and DGC's example about like, the infused state, for example, totally understand that there might be specific products that you can only get at that place, but there would still be an expectation that I'm showing up at the location, I am ordering the steak, and then we're talking about maybe taking things to go. That's a separate thing, but there is that expectation that I am showing up at the location, ordering the steak, and I'm consuming part of it on site. There is that distinction, and I think we have to keep in mind.
There is kind of a larger policy discussion here. So we do allow folks to take product home in a manner that we are comfortable with, so that it's sealed. So I guess the larger discussion here is, do folks have to consume what they purchase there or not? Because that kind of leads into this discussion as well of, okay, can they just take it home or do they have to consume there? That is how we can reshape this license.
Yeah. No, listen, it's a good question, and I understand the context as you're sharing it. You know, whether I walk into a restaurant and eat one fry off my plate or I eat them all, I've started the consumption there. It's where I am allowed to consume it. And you're right, we do allow for somebody to take unfinished product home with them, right? Because I think we all agree, public health, public safety wise, you know, I bought a tin of 12 gummies. I don't want to whiff them all down. You know, we want people to consume responsibly. I guess thinking through this language and adding this into delivery, it's kind of taking away, again, one from the definition that we established, but it's also maybe diverting some business away. If I'm that brick and mortar location, I want to drive foot traffic so I can come in, order my product there. I may not want to consume it all there. I may want to take some of it home, but at least the opportunity for consumption is starting where we want to allow it.
Commissioner Simmons, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
The other conversation we were having around this stuff was also, I think we were thinking around the medical patients. Obviously, that was like a key thing.
Right.
And then also just thinking about the kind of catering piece, the catering like for the weddings and all that stuff. I think that was sort of some of the conversation that we got into in terms of that. I don't know if you recall.
Go ahead, Chief.
143, right? 143, is that one? Page 143. 138? 39, okay, all right. Oh, okay, yep, I have, it. Wasn't too sure.
Yeah, I think even with, I mean, even looking at the definition, I think that's what it comes down to. It talks about consuming in a designated consumption area, right? So now having delivery, to be part of this, it conflicts with the definition. And then even going with the example of catering will be more at that specific, it is particular event. I think,
Yeah.
yes, at an event, right? So that still would not, go hand in hand with the delivery aspect of it. So I think also too, we're getting into the retailer space now, if we really go this route. So I think those are some of the things that we really need to think about before really getting too far, too far deep with this related to delivery.
Deputy Chief, go ahead.
All right, so it sounds like there is consensus to remove these amendments, so I can do that if the board agrees.
I would be okay with that. I look to my colleagues, Commissioner Camargo, are you okay with taking it out of delivery? Do you want to?
I need a minute, because I feel like we had a lot of conversation around this in the working group. I feel like I just want to make sure that our intent, that we're getting our intent across for the beginning. Because I know maybe just give me like 2 minutes.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, for supplemental, you have a business that's there, the delivery operator can come pick up from the establishment that was already there. Then you have the supplemental social consumption. It's not really an issue in that instance. So it's the hospitality more than anything. And so really, it sounds like the original consideration was that that business might be creating a product that you can't get at a retailer. We have other instances where social consumption is in some way competing with retail in the supplemental also, where you have the brewery tap room scenario where you can buy the product on site now direct to consumer. So we do have some competition with retail to begin with the discussion that we have. But it does sound to me like the holdup is what a social consumption establishment definition is, which is that you're consuming on site. And so that's where I think, I'm not sure that there is an end around that.
To your point, though, if they wanted to allow social consumption establishments to be somewhere that delivery operators can source from, you would just have to change the definition. So that is a consideration we could make in the definition that could be amended.
But wouldn't a delivery operator be able to apply for a supplemental because they do have a warehouse? So that's the other thing. So yeah, delivery operator can warehouse. They can decide if it's a situation where they do have a location where their premises allows them to have a supplemental, they will be able to. But delivery operator, I don't think really is something that we can use this as an example. But I think it's more so for the delivery carrier.
2-minute break, 5-minute break. Commissioner Stebbins, so we can just talk.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break till 3:45. We have a hard stop at 4 o'clock, so yeah, we'll be on recess for 5 minutes until 3:45. Quickly reconvening, I can characterize some of the conversation. It was helpful to kind of have a break for members of the working group and kind of reconsider this. I think our initial thinking was around providing competitive opportunities for a social consumption establishment to have some of their product, more availability and wider availability of their products. Some of that might be, depending on where they were in Massachusetts, having a delivery option for somebody if there wasn't or direct competition. But what I'm going to suggest is let's put a pin in this language, revisit it with a working group and come back to it. Yeah, Deputy GC or Commissioner Camargo, I don't know if you want to add anything else to that.
I think that's a good idea. I think it was helpful to kind of just talk to the working group intent for having that on there, and I think we can have a conversation later.
Deputy GC, anything?
No, I'll just, I know we have to wrap at 4 o'clock, so I just want to run through the remainder of the amendments as timely as we can. So, so we will pin this discussion. The next amendment is 145-2C on page 141, I believe. 143 of my version, excuse me. That might be, as we've marked it up, my pages have changed, so excuse me. But either way, this amendment right here is pertaining to delivery from MTCs or patients. And because we had struck that before, this ought to be struck as well.
Right.
So if there's no further comment on that, the next amendment I have is 1501A. And this is, I know it's been a while since we've discussed these amendments, but this is the beverage to drink amendment series of amendments, just following up throughout the regs. So there's a few that are like that are going to be repeat here. So, excuse me.
Find me, Mike. I'm Deputy GC. Where are we? 150.
1501A, edibles, and that one's beverage to drink. And then if there's no discussion, the next two are similar in nature. It's capitalizing non-cannabis business because we are defining that term now.
Under 182E,
2 and 3.
Yep.
The next amendment is 30 pages below on 188, so that's suitability for agents. And again, that's the beverage to drink amendment.
Right.
I should clarify, that's it had initially read alcoholic beverages, and again, we're making that conversion so that if it's a capital B beverage, that means infused. So to keep it consistent, that's why that's amended, excuse me. And then at the very end, the last amendment is under the regulatory authority. And that ought to be revised because of Chapter 180 and the amendments that were enumerated there.
All right, that last one, tell me where you are.
Yep, so that's the very last page. 196 for me.
196.
Yeah. It says regulatory authority, again, just trying to keep it consistent with the authority granted to the commission most recently under Chapter 180.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
And in the definition sections, please, now we're gonna go back
I guess what's the
Oh,
next
yeah.
step?
No,
Okay.
this is our first read through. Obviously, we've had a lot of pins, edits, changes that we're gonna make to bring it back for a second thorough read through. Some of that is obvious, timing wise for that is obviously contingent on, we're gonna bring back some of the, obviously, all of the marijuana event organizer license language. So this was to just get through the first read through, but there will be the proverbial second bite at the apple before we officially move to a vote and put these up in a formal promulgation period. Go ahead.
So I'm requesting the definition commission delegate, as it does impact enforcement around, all license types, but even social consumption license type. And I&E is an agreement that there needs to be tweaks in the commission delegate definition. I don't know, if you have proposed language or your team can come up with proposed where you want the tweaks for commission delegate as it like pertains to, let's say, secret shopper or. I don't remember.
So it's not necessarily directly related to social consumption. We're just thinking about tweaking
Well-
that definition within the promulgation period.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
it is in the essence, it's related to all license types because it can impact secret shopper.
Yep.
So it enforcement and compliance. So I think it's related to any time we open these regulations, and I think now is an opportunity. That's an easy fix while we have these open.
Okay. Can I ask Chief or whoever you would like to assign to work with DGC to incorporate any proposed language you might have?
Yes, Acting Chair, Enforcement Council will work with our Deputy GC to revise the language related to commission delegate.
Okay.
Mhm.
You see, you've been voluntold to work with DGC on some new language. Excellent. Thanks for stepping up.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. First of all, I want to say big thank you to all of you. Big thanks to our working group getting through initial read of this. There was a lot of meat that I want to make sure we got through today, and we did. So thank you all for your cooperation, collaboration, patience. Timing of when we take this up again is to be determined. We need to allow legal to go back and make a lot of the edits, make a lot of the suggestions, look at the pins, see who the pins were to follow up on. Thank you, Commissioner, for doing your pin homework on the PPE question and addressing that. That's appreciated. And obviously, timing is also contingent on when we can flesh out the full discussion on the marijuana event organizer license and bring that back. That being said, I know we had talked about regulatory timetable, but I think we can push that off until our next meeting. At this point, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. You see the dates of our next meetings. We'll be back here May 22nd, in person. Do I have a motion to adjourn, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy? Motion been made and seconded, and for Commissioner Concepcion, she had to, drop off or drop out of the meeting. That's why I'm not asking for her vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy, and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Ciao.